What's going on? How y'all doing, man? Happy Friday. There's another open panel. Today we get to discuss the Trevor Lawrence signing, Calais Campbell signing, which, to be honest with you, came first full circle because I think he's the reason why he spoiled our 2016. And hopefully he gets to rectify what he did in 2016 against us when he was playing with the Arizona Cardinals. So, with that being said, sit back, relax.
Yeah,
We'll be back right after this. If I could find the opening. There it is.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good. Block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off, it's these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve it now. It's only worth it.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
All righty. So, how was you guys' day going so far?
Another day in paradise.
Yeah, man.
I just polished off a chicken burrito from Chipotle.
That's what's up. Hey, once again, I want to color my deepest condolences to your loss. I know you lost a member of the family.
Oh, I appreciate that, guys. I just want to say, as far as another day in paradise, it's a new day in paradise for the pups. Yep, old Chewy,
right?
Dolphin doggy passed away this morning at 18 or so years old. In his sleep, he probably did not suffer at all. So I'm glad for that.
Years or
human years? Yeah, 18.
Oh, yeah, that's long for human years. Yeah,
that's like George Burns.
Yeah,
that's like being like a 90-year-old.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's like a 90-year-old. Yeah, long life.
So but it seems that he just fell asleep and didn't wake up. So it's all good, and he's probably having a ball right now. So there you go.
Yep.
Other than that,
he said all dogs go to heaven. Color. You remember?
Right?
All dogs do go to heaven.
Yeah. But before we continue, hey, first in the building, my man Sean from Red, White, and Bills. What's going on, family? My man Crazy Dolphin, aka Mr. Poke. Wolfpack 2023 Wolfpack of the Year. We got Fred Dunlap, who is not part of the Wolfpack. Mark, what's going on? Dolphinier, Ryan AP, my man Joe Wrist, Cat for Life, who everybody hates him nowadays. I don't know why, but I think he's becoming the new. I think Cat for Life is the new Pete because Pete isn't doing anything anymore. So they need a new villain. So I guess it's gonna be Cat for Life.
Wait, is that official? Pete not doing anything anymore?
He's new Doomsday.
Pete, is that official? Pete not doing anything anymore?
No, he hasn't done anything for a while.
Oh, okay.
But either way, Cat for Life is a new Pete. So Cat for Life. So whenever you do come up here, just for you, Cat for Life. When you do come up here, I just want you to know I'm gonna be playing this for you.
All right. Right.
And I do appreciate all the condolences rolling in chat right now. It is much appreciated. Yeah, look, man, he couldn't stand Buffalo fans, so it's a huge loss for Dolphin community. But he still appreciates the condolences from the Buffalo fans too.
My man Craig Sebring in the building.
But what y'all fail to realize is it's black armband season for the Dolphins now. This season's all about Chewy. We win in the Super Bowl now.
Hey, listen, you know me. I've been with the Fins tailgate for a little over a year now. And I thanks to El Capitan, he's taught me the ways of getting my media chops and gathering important footages. Athletes First put out a press release, and I got footage of it.
What are you waiting for, huh? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
So
they're pretty much they're pretty much competing against themselves now, ain't they, Shake? Because the only couple quarterbacks left are in their group.
Yeah, so
unless we're competing with the backups, their signings.
Right. No, the backup was already signed, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. The market can go down now. The longer you wait, it's not always going to go up, you know.
Like I said, hey, I mean, after Trevor Lawrence, maybe that bubble bursts.
Yeah, we all know what happened in the .com era, you know.
And then, of course, in the housing market of 2008.
Yep.
Which coincidentally is the last time we won the division.
Yeah. The last
Can
time.
you believe that, Crypto? And I said it before, I think, backstage, but can you believe, think about that. The Miami Dolphins have not won the division since the year Barack Obama was elected.
Yep. Right after the housing crisis.
Now, I don't know what's more amazing.
Set up the 2004.
Well, I don't know what's more amazing. That Tua was elected
September.
The Dolphins won the division that long ago, or that it's already been that long since Obama was elected.
Right.
Which is more fascinating.
Years,
you know what I mean?
Right. How fast time goes, you know?
I mean, it seems like yesterday we're talking, what a new era. You know what I mean?
And this is why I tell people who's so afraid to hit the restart button, how fast time can go back. Since how many restarts we hit, it's nothing wrong with hitting restart button, because time still go by and you never know what you have as an outcome.
Exactly.
Right. I think we had Chad Pennington for how many years after that? Maybe 1 or 2 years extra. That was it. Imagine had we just moved off him and then, got our brand new quarterback, we probably could have been in a different place where we're at now,
And by the way, the Bet US, because we like to gamble, right? So Bet US put out a percentage of what's the chances of Tua getting signed. Here it is.
They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
So that
the last part is spot on. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
So that is the percentage of
that doesn't make sense.
Of him getting signed.
And I like how all the talking heads keep shifting back and forth from guaranteed money to overall money. Now it's a $55 million contract that Trevor got. It's like, no, not even close.
Right.
Q, what's going on, Q? What's up, my man, Q?
Right.
What's up, Q?
I
Hey,
don't
man.
think they've made up their mind.
Q did a hell of an episode with us with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He giving us his thoughts on the Pittsburgh Steelers off season. Be sure to check it out.
Yeah,
Here
we
on
all
the-
know how he became a Dolphins fan.
for the-
We don't need that.
For
We
the
don't need
record,
that
Q.
story.
Hey, for the record, Q, I went hard in the paint on spaces for your head coach, you know. So no
Yeah,
one can
you
say I
did, you
didn't.
did.
No one can say I don't like Tomlin.
You should have heard him, Q. It was a proper crypto. It was a proper crypto turn up on behalf of Mike Tomlin. If I do say so.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin. It was some Mike Tomlin slander going on. I couldn't.
He wasn't
stand
having
it.
nothing
Q.
of it.
Yeah, Q.
Of course,
I was
Mike
on him.
Tomlin is my brother-in-law's doppelganger, so I got a kind of good feelings for him too. You know.
Right. Oh yeah.
Oh, man. But sir, so yeah, I look, I think I still think it's gonna happen again. The thing about, like I said, thing about Chris Greer is Chris Greer is like crypto trying to negotiate money with Chris Greer is like trying to get crypto to admit that DVP is a great wide receiver. It's not gonna happen. He's wrong, but it's not gonna happen.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Well, I can tell you
up
this:
against the wall, man.
if Chris Greer frequents if Chris Greer frequents the economic spaces that I seen crypto roll around in, this deal might not actually happen this year.
Right. Yeah. I think I put in TD's chat. I said, TD, don't you think it's time for austerity? He said, austerity. Yeah, you're right about that.
That's right. Austerity. That's right.
The quarterback market needs a little bit of austerity.
We're Greece around here. This is Greece now.
Right. Greece.
Yeah, Paula, what's going on? To a contract will get done. I'm 100% confident. Yeah.
I mean, don't y'all remember when people were, buying $100,000 homes for $500,000 and wondering why they're not living in them still?
Yep. Like they're empty, sitting empty, like wondering why. Now we give Tua in the $500,000 home, and then the next guy wants to buy it for $90,000.
All right.
There you go.
Well, I'm just wondering, crypto, how many shark real estate salesmen back in 2008 were like, well, the market's the market. And that's what got a person to put their signature down on the paper.
Hey, by the way, I got
Exactly.
here's again, doing some more digging. I got Tua's reaction to the first contract Chris Greer offered him.
Turn that sumbitch sideways and stick it straight up. You can do it.
Yeah, that's about what he did.
That's pretty much what it was.
That's about what he did.
That's about what he did. Yeah, that's a perfect one there.
Yeah. I think we might actually have footage of Chris Greer's reaction to that too.
Shut up, bitch. Oh my God.
Yep, that was the response.
and team his agent was,
what the? See, that's the type of, I'm gonna kick your ass.
and to his fans were like,
am I right, bitches?
we just showed you exclusive footage of the entire contract negotiations.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Chris Greer responded by saying,
do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
And then athletes first responded with,
are you stupid or something? Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
And then to his fans come in with,
don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do what everyone thinks I'm gonna do. Flip out, man.
Yeah, and they ended with
It's my quarterback.
and the two haters are out there like,
it's over, Johnny. It's over.
Right.
man.
No, man. That's the whole mashup of all what's going down.
I have future footage of Pete when they signed the contract.
Ron, where are you?
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Yeah, that's definitely Pete.
Oh man. And of course Fred tells him,
Daddy, chill.
and after the signing, everybody asked Chris Greer why he gave Tua the contract, and he said,
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
and they said, Chris Greer, why didn't you take care of the offensive line?
And when they asked Chris Greer about his recent signing of Calais Campbell, he said,
more wine, more women, more table.
Oh man.
Man. Oh man.
You gotta love the memes.
Oh yeah.
And Tyreek's
Classic.
just chilling over in the corner going,
Let the games begin.
Yep, that's Tyreek.
Yeah.
Let the games begin.
Yep, and then once Aaron Rodgers found out we got Calais Campbell, he was like,
I immediately regret this decision.
Oh damn.
Shit.
We're having too much
Man.
fun.
Oh yeah.
We've got exclusive footage of Lewis after finding out Calais Campbell was signed.
A 10. A 10. A fucking 10. Gentlemen.
Oh man. So let's open up the floodgates.
Yeah.
Q's like,
Get it
no way
rocking.
y'all gonna do a whole show with memes. We could, Q. We could.
We could. We can.
Don't tempt, hey, don't tempt me.
Exactly. Don't tempt the Finns
Right.
tailgate. We'll do whatever.
It can be done. That was Lewis and Omar Kelly. Yeah, at the end. Oh man.
I think that was the whole entire fan base last night, bro.
Yeah.
A fucking 10. Good job, Greer. Thank God for small favors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's in charge over
what's
there,
up, Mr.
man?
Pope?
Of
What's up, Mr.
Hey,
Polk?
the
hold
GM.
up,
What's
give
up,
me a
Mr.
second,
Polk?
y'all. Let me get my audio straight.
Who's the new GM of Golden? I said Golden State. The Jaguars.
How's everybody doing? Can y'all hear me?
Hey, Crypto, read that. Crypto.
Prove you're smaller than Dan Mitchell. Tell everyone's position.
What a wide position. What's a wide receiver? The Y.
The Y receiver.
They're
Yeah.
smarter. Oh, the wide receiver.
Y receiver.
The wide positionally is normally the second guy, but as far as the football field, he's always inside the boundary guys. And the Z receiver goes everywhere for more context. But yeah, the wide receiver is normally positionally the slot guy.
I would have thought the X guy is the crosser.
X guy is always
the
the
Y
boundary
guy
guy.
is the guy that hits the post to the corner, and the Z guy that is the guy that does zigzagging.
He said
right, which means he's everywhere.
Right.
He says tight end. He says tight end. So
only if he's only tight end could be a Y if he's positioned in that as far as
X, Y, and Z is not positionally.
Right.
It's if you can catch the ball,
locations on the
that's
field.
what you're meant to do, and you're in the pattern. You're either one of the
because
X, Y, or Z receivers.
Because the X receiver is being boundary is supposed to symbolize being out on an island.
But and by the way, my route running correlation was a joke, by the way, in case anybody thought I was being serious.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
it could be.
But
It
yeah,
could be
it
like
can
that. But
be a
I'm
tight
just
end.
saying, it's
But
like,
it's not always a tight end. It's playing the Y position. But if he's saying exclusively tight end, that's not wrong because the tight end can actually be lined up in the X position. Depends on what's the play call is from the coach.
Hey, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the new Pete.
What's up, Pete for life? Or is it Cap for Pete?
What's going on, Cap?
Gentlemen, how are you, gentlemen? TGIF, everyone.
What's up, Cap?
What's up, Cap?
Pretty good.
All right.
I'll get a hold of Dan Mitchell for you.
Okay, here we go.
Raphael's right. It really does depend on the offense and the
Here it
language
is.
of that offense.
The
The
wide
wide
receiver
receiver.
is the letter assigned to the receiving tight end in today's
football game. Right. Right, which means positionally he's still inside the boundaries. He's lined up right off the line of scrimmage. That 6-man or 7-man.
Well, in today's football, the
Yeah.
West Coast offense is not a vertical offense. But tell that to Mike McDaniel.
So hold on. If the two tight ends are on the field at the same, the second one is often excels more in the blocking game. Will typically be the H-back tight end, designated as the wide receiver, usually receiving the ball.
Yeah,
So,
it's normally a location more so.
So Durham Smythe is going to be the H-back, and the guy we signed, I forgot what his name was.
Yeah,
the guy we got from Atlanta.
Johnny Smith.
Johnny Smith.
Johnny Smith is going to be the Y.
That would be ideal. Although Smythe would have been playing the lead role last year, the receiver role as well in most cases. But the other thing is when you would see Gesicki lined up in the slot as a receiver, that would be another case. Like he obviously ain't going to be doing much blocking along the line unless he crashes in, you know.
And that's why I like
No,
Johnny,
the
because
X
he can
is
actually
always
block a little
the
bit.
boundary. It's closest to the sideline.
And we got Dan Mitchell's biggest fan. What's going on?
Yeah, biggest fan.
The biggest fan. He's got his bobblehead doll as well on his windshield.
What's up, Michael K?
What's up there, Paul? Hey, you know what? Dan's head will bobble week 9 when I see him.
I can tell you this,
I'm
Michael
looking forward to that meet and greet there.
I can tell you this,
K.
Michael K. Chewy is already upstairs barking his ass off at Buffalo fans' dogs, just so y'all know that.
Why? I used to have a dog named Chewy.
Did you? Was it short for Chewbacca?
No, it was short for Chewy because it didn't have any hair. It chewed all its hair off.
Oh, see, mine was short. Mine was named Chewy because he had hair. He looked like Chewbacca, so I called him Chewy.
No, his name started out as Magoo, and then when he and then when he was a little kick me dog my girlfriend brought home.
The thing of it is, I don't know who the hell's gonna eat my fresh ground turkey and vegetable concoction that I was making for him for the last year. I mean,
oh no, I'm
You
sorry.
can just feed the
I
stray
didn't know he
dogs
crossed
now.
the bridge.
You could just.
I guess
You
I'm
could
gonna have
just-
to start throwing some jerk seasoning in that shit and eating it myself. I don't know, man.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't know he crossed the bridge. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. No reason to be sorry, man.
I didn't know what you were talking about. I thought you had Bills fans that were neighbors, and he was out on a balcony barking at them.
No, he's barking at him for sure.
Oh, that sucks.
He's barking down at them.
Rest in peace, Chewy.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
All dogs do go to
it
heaven.
really
Man.
sucks because, like, you know, obviously, like I've known the guy for like 18 years, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sucks to have a.
It's also inevitable.
That
It's just,
long.
you know, it's
Yeah,
really
that's
the
a lot.
amputee syndrome that sucks. You know,
So,
like,
I mean,
like I get
that's
up
a
to
lot.
go into my kitchen and I immediately start searching for him to make sure I don't step on him. You know what I mean?
So, Color, I mean, how the grieving process, how long does it take before you're like, I get another companion? I mean,
I don't think I'll ever have another dog, dude. Just because, like, you know, I mean, I was a good pet owner, but like the way my life is and all that, I don't think that a dog has a really seriously enjoyable life with me. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, man. At least you get time to at least breathe for a little while.
I
You got
always
your
thought
forever
about getting
memories,
one when I
man.
retire.
You know?
I'm
Like I
going to
would
get
have
a
rather
four-legged
if I'd
animal when
known
I
he was
retire, though.
if I'd have known like
It
you
might be
know
a grizzly bear or a lion or or
like if
those
I'd have
two.
known at one time if I'd have known he had like a year left, I would have just let him free in Arizona somewhere and just been like, hey man, have a ball, dude. You know what I mean?
Oh Jesus Christ!
Because that's the kind of dog he was. He just loved being alive and he loved freaking like the world, man, you know, and looking at it and like finding out about it and all that. I remember the first time when I moved up to Missouri, the first time he ever came across a land turtle. Like he never even could fathom that rocks could move. He's like, yo, these rocks are, he's looking back at me like, you're seeing this rock move, right? He didn't realize it was another animal, like a turtle, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stuff like that, man. I'll miss stuff like that, but you know.
Yeah, I've never been out without a dog. You put one down, you always got one in reserves, and then somebody ends up having a litter, and you say, "Oh man, I want one of those," and get another one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of apropos because you know it being named Chewbacca and passing away this year, right along the same time that the Star Wars franchise finally passed away. You know, it's kind of fitting.
What do you mean the Star Wars franchise passed away?
Oh, it's done, bro. It's done, man.
Star Wars is
But
over as far as the
I
franchise goes?
I don't know. I never really
who did he give it
followed it. I had a life, so I didn't
It's
follow it.
well, look. I haven't watched it either, Michael K, because I have a life. But given the critics and the reviews of the latest episode of the newest show, pretty sure it's done seeing its day, man. It's gone.
Oh, I'm not even.
Well, they've made remakes of it in the last. They made like 2 or 3 remakes in the last 3 years.
Unless somebody from the original Lucas Arts buys it back and like memory holes the entire last 5 years of production, it's pretty much done.
Just ran his course.
Yeah, they've been making movies like remakes.
I think that's what it is, Mr. Polk. I'm not trying to throw shade on the people that are trying to keep it going with whatever cultural storylines and norms they want to present in it. That's fine, but it's just done. It's run its course, and that's how you know when something has run its course. You know, when people are using it for other reasons, good or bad reasons. It's not what it's meant to be. It's not Star Wars anymore. It's just not what it used to be.
Right.
And that's fine.
Given that we got so many new discoveries and all
that's
this
perfectly
stuff
fine.
going on
If
in the
there's a whole
galaxy
new
now.
generation, if there's a whole new generation of Star Wars fans that are created based on this new art, then hey, more power to them. It's their right to enjoy that.
Bro, I feel like
I just
the movies are not touching, bro. The movies are out of base, but the series are touching the fans. Like the series know more than the movies.
It's no different than
Rise of the Skywalker. That
I
was
don't watch
garbage,
comic
man.
book stuff. I don't watch the comic book stuff, but it's no different than what's going on in the Marvel and DC world, where you just have fans that are like not willing to go into a new paradigm or whatever, and that's fine for them, and it's fine for the ones that want to acknowledge the new paradigm. Same thing happened in Star Trek. You know,
y'all really sitting up here arguing why the TV is more reaching than a 2-hour movie. They only have 2 hours to cram all of that story in. When TV, you get 18
I'm not gonna lie,
series.
Big
Come
Nick. A
on,
lot of
man.
these,
Y'all
a lot of
more
these
on TV.
Hey, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, Big
production.
Nick. A lot of
Big
these
Nick, you get
12-part miniseries, which is kind of how the form of it we
That's
take
why
movies
Netflix
now,
is
is
good.
much better than it used to be with the 2-hour
I'm
format.
just biased towards Netflix. I'm sorry, I can't critique Netflix. Netflix is gonna always make it better. Just mark my words. It's
Like, you take something like
I'm just saying, sometimes we just find the smallest, minutest shit to have arguments.
Just wait,
or
Color. Give
discussions over, like-
Netflix a chance, Color. Give them a chance, Color. It's coming. It's gonna be revived, man.
Netflix is going to get 18 hours to tell a Star Wars story.
It's coming. It's coming.
It ain't no different than the wrestling.
No,
when we
Big
talk
Nick, we're
wrestling,
gonna get we're getting 5 series, 5 seasons, and about 19 episodes each. Watch, it's coming.
Oh, but let me say this. I gotta let you guys hear my my early season early Cree. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and I'm going to stand on business from this point on. The only AFC team that I feel worthy enough for me to lend my debate with from this point forward is going to be Kansas City, Baltimore. Other than that,
fair enough.
I'm not debating you because my team is better.
Fair enough.
Kansas City, Baltimore. Okay. I mean,
That's
that's
it.
fair.
I would say
they've been at the top
yeah
for a
with
while.
that. I would say that's maybe.
What about What about
I mean,
Cincy?
those are
maybe
historic
Houston, but
franchises.
remember
We're better
Houston.
than Cincinnati. I'm not debating with people from Cincinnati because the Miami Dolphins, this team, will destroy that team.
And Big Nick, I would almost say Houston, but I wouldn't because we don't know if the sophomore slump is a thing or not.
Yeah, I got to see it again. I got to see it again.
I
Yeah.
can't say Houston yet.
I'm not getting in an argument with Buffalo Bills fans, Pittsburgh Steelers fans, Jets fans, none of them. I'm reserving
I'd
my
argue with
debate.
Pittsburgh fans, bro.
I'm
They still
reserving
got
my
Tomlin
debate
there, bro.
for
Definitely not
Kansas
Jet fans.
City and Baltimore
Yeah, you just
only.
never know with Tomlin, man.
Again,
His
you never know
quarterback
what
room is
Tomlin,
better.
you never know what Tomlin's going to get out of his guys. So I'll still debate with Pittsburgh, but it's an easy debate. Sure.
What
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that?
that's still
What
easy.
about Dan Campbell and the Lions?
They're
That's
NFC.
Yeah, that's our old coach.
Yeah, we're just talking
Well,
AFC.
Just
Oh,
AFC.
okay. Okay, you're not.
Just
Okay,
AFC.
you're
I
saying
ain't
it's
arguing
AFC.
with the
My
Chargers.
bad.
They're garbage.
I ain't arguing
I
with
ain't
our old
arguing
coach.
with. Let's see who else. Big. Who else
I
is?
ain't
The
arguing with
Jaguars.
Chargers.
I ain't arguing with Jaguars fans. Their secondary sucks. We're gonna torch them.
Yeah. Tennessee, nah.
So it sounds like we have a consensus. We're only debating or arguing with
Hey,
Kansas City and Baltimore.
I would say that this is one of
Well,
the few times that you come in cooking
I
that
don't
I
care who
agree
it
with pretty
is.
much everything you
I'm
said.
gonna still pop up the Dolphins. I don't care if it's us versus the Cardinals.
I'm with you on that, Crypto. I can really care about the
I'm
other
still gonna say I'm still taking our corner. Them Cardinal fans can say what they want.
I mean, I can't think of anybody else that's worthy of debating.
No, that's
I mean
fair.
in the AFC. I mean in the AFC.
Right.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, no one dethroned the yet.
That don't mean it's going to be a real
until they
thing. It's
lose.
just that looking right now at June 14th, in the middle of the offseason, given the moves everybody's made, yeah, there's only really a debate between us and KC or Baltimore. I can't really. I mean, maybe the Bengals, but we really don't.
I'll debate the Bengals as long as Joe Burrow's healthy. But
Well, I mean, look, those top four, I'm not going to
he has
debate
to be
either,
healthy, yes.
because we had like 8 teams fighting for the
Ain't
wild
night
card
and day without
spots.
him.
So I agree with that.
Yeah, they need him. I don't know if Browning guy can carry them far.
I mean, who else really? Raiders,
I don't
no.
even know.
Broncos, no.
What do you think about the Colts?
They just drafted Tua's comp, and then Denver. That's what the word on the street is. That's what the NFL Network said.
I might give a little airtime to the Colts just because they're sort of an unknown and they've been quietly getting consistently better. But
I'm not giving airtime to any 9-win teams. I don't care. They're beneath us.
Okay, Big Nick, but that begs a fair question for you.
That means they can,
out of
they
the
can be
teams
11
you're talking
wins
about
too.
that you wouldn't even debate, which one of those teams rises to the level of almost?
No, Buffalo. I would almost debate Buffalo.
Right.
I would almost debate Cincinnati. I might have to add one. I might have to add Cleveland to debatable.
I was thinking the same thing, bro.
That's a hot take. That's a hot take.
They more closer than Bengals, I think.
Hear Nick out because I suspect
they
he's going to
backfield
say
is
something
ridiculous.
like they've been consistently good no matter who's been taking a snap at the ball on defense.
Yeah,
especially.
they might be debatable. They might be debatable, but I mean, I don't mean like week to week. We can talk trash about who's going to win who, but I don't want to hear no more shit about the Buffalo is 12-1 against Miami. Who gives a shit? We're a better team now. Bring that ass, Buffalo.
You said the same thing last year.
Big Nick, the only reason I would take,
that
not
was our,
Cleveland.
because we was looking at what we was doing.
The only reason I would not.
Michael K.
That's why
Michael K. Let me say this
Big
to
Nick,
you.
the only reason I would knock Cleveland off of that is because
they play against they in Baltimore division.
Because we've taken care of business against them the past 2 times we faced them. You know what I mean?
But listen, to Michael K., and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If you lined up last year's team against this year's team, I'm taking this year's team. And you know last year's team was injuries away from holding up that goddamn trophy. I don't care what you say.
And you don't have injuries this year? Why does everybody assume that if and when Chubb and Phillips come back, they're going to be 100%?
Because Phillips is already dancing on the freaking practice field.
And unlike you, I know the system that we're going to run, and I know how good Shaq Barrett is, and I know that we just added Calais Campbell, and I know that we have outstanding rookies. I just know this. So, plus
so even if they're not back 100%, we got.
Plus, we have a great secondary, and we're not going to be playing against Tom Brady every week. So we'll be able to make something happen up there up front. We'll be okay.
What do you mean, Big Nick, playing against Tom Brady? We handled him even with bad teams.
I know. I'm just saying, we're not playing against Patrick Mahomes every goddamn week. Some of them quarterbacks gonna hold the ball because Ramsey back there. Because Javon
think
Holland
about when we are healthy. Okay, you've got 2 hurricanes along the line going after Josh Allen. Okay,
that's
so
one thing we are able to do against the Brady.
Our defensive line consists of the likes of Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, Calais Campbell, Zach Seiler, okay, among others. And then our secondary consists of guys like Jalen Ramsey, Fuller, Holland, and who's the other guy?
Poyer and
Poyer.
Cater.
So I mean,
and Marcus May.
Even if our 2 hurricanes can't get to Josh Allen, this whole idea that he's going to run up to the line
because of our 2 hurricanes.
Hold on.
That's the only we. That's the only thing gives us a shot.
I'm almost there. My landing gear is down. I'm about to make smoke. All right. When Josh Allen tries to run up to the line of scrimmage and throw some kind of 45-yard strike, he's going to find a much tougher secondary to deal with than years past.
I agree with you. Real quick, I got to address the elephant in the room. Fred, did you come on camera butt naked?
No, man. It's not Jake. Hot as motherfucker, man. Came on, man.
He's taking that Nelly song a little bit too serious, man.
Hey, Jake, I wouldn't.
You know what? I've grown to love this. I've grown to really, because of Chris Greer, I've grown to really appreciate this move that I know Shake is gonna love when I tell you this. By getting rid of Christian Wilkins, do you guys know that for the basement bargain, we picked up 2 productive starters from their previous teams last year? Marcus May was a productive starter for the New Orleans Saints, and Calais Campbell had 6.5 sacks, if I'm not mistaken.
In his 16th year, Big Nick,
and played over 700 snaps. We got Chris Greer is Hey, Chris Greer, man, you my dog. That's all I'm saying.
No. Here's the thing. I did not, even though I trolled, I did not want Christian Wilkins to leave, but I didn't want him at that price. If you would have said, "Hey, I'm staying for $20 million," I would have fucking rolled out the red carpet, said, "Let's do this thing."
If you would have signed him after year 3 for $20 million.
Do you know what numbers yet? You know who we picked up with that same 21
I think Christian Wilkins is going to get 15 sacks with the Raiders.
Hold on, have we gotten the numbers yet for the Calais Campbell deal?
No, not yet. It's probably, you know what? I'm thinking it's going to be at least probably 5-6 million.
I was thinking 10 max.
No,
I was thinking 8. I was thinking 8.
Gonna be 10. No, I won't be 10.
Well, the reason I was being liberal there, Big Nick, because even if you say 10 max, that still ain't 28 million for the same production.
It gotta match at least what we gave Shaq Barrett.
Right, but you see what I'm saying? It ain't 28 million for the same production.
Yeah, but yeah, nah, not
Even
10.
if it was 10 million, that might be too much, but it still ain't 28. You know what I
Nah,
mean?
we ain't doing that Jay Cutler shit again. Hell nah.
Oh man, Big Nick, don't say that name. Don't say
At
that
least
name.
Calais Campbell cares.
All right, I'll say 9.7 then. How's that better?
And what was the receiver name that broke a finger and missed the entire season?
Oh,
Yeah.
Will Fuller.
Will Fuller.
Yeah.
We ain't doing that
Will
shit
Fuller,
ever
man.
again.
He's like, I broke a nail. I'm out for the year.
Man, that was embarrassing.
Well, technically, that happened with Byron Jones, no?
Wait a minute, didn't we do that with Jay Cutler?
Yeah,
Also?
it seems. Listen, it seems like
the worst move the Dolphins made in history.
Cap for life. That man said he might not ever be able to run again. What you mean? Technically, we did.
Yeah, and he's never played since. So I think
That's what I'm saying. He hasn't played since.
Cap
Yeah,
for
that's what I'm
life.
saying.
What's wrong with you, man?
Nah,
That
don't
man
start
might
your
not be
shit.
able to
Look,
run
you said Will Fuller, and I told you the same thing with Byron Jones. It's the same outcome. They didn't play.
It ain't
Yeah,
the
but at
same
least Byron
outcome.
Jones gave us some production.
No. See, Nick, Big Nick,
after
real
the
quick.
Byron Jones, he didn't play.
I want to say two things. Number one, every time we sign a player for $10 million, it never works out. But no, you're assuming it's the same. He's saying that you're assuming that he's saying they did the same thing. What he's trying to say is, Will Fuller are two different things, but at the end of the day, they both didn't play. That's what he's trying to say.
Thank you, Shake.
Thank
you.
He's not saying they did the same thing. I don't think one faked his injury, the other
No, Shake, he knows. Big Nick knows. He knows better. Come on,
Hey,
he
Big
knows.
Nick. Hey, Shake, I got a question for you, bro. I got a question for the panel, man. Like, is Calais Campbell, man?
The glove don't fit.
Like, is Calais Campbell like the best we have up front right now, bro?
Man, we ain't doing this, Fred.
No.
Hey, Nick.
I say Zach Seiler. I still say Zach Seiler. Zach
Seiler, but Calais Campbell is still one of the better run defenders in the NFL. So
okay, he's better. He's better. Okay, other than Zach Seiler.
Listen. If they were the same age, real quick, if they were the same age, I'm saying Calais Campbell all day.
Oh yeah, Calais Campbell in his prime, no question.
Right, and I wanna overall answer the question that I know you're trying to get at, Fred. Where is Calais Campbell at 37 years old and 16
years in
the league?
38.
I get your concern.
I like to pick up. I like to pick up, man. I like it. I like to pick up.
But hold on. I pulled up the man's chart. Okay, and first of all, he does have the capability of getting large numbers of sacks. He did it twice in Jacksonville. He had in 1 year he had 14.5 sacks. On the other hand, his numbers, first of all, he's never missed a full season. Like he's always played a full season in all 15 years. Now the games don't add up to 16 or 17 every season, but like he'll have a 13 for 13, which means 13 starts and 13 games played. Or, point is he's had full seasons his entire career. He hardly gets it. Okay. And the numbers in those seasons, sacks, combined tackles for losses, all those measurables are about the same throughout his entire career. So, and last year happens to be his 16th season. He actually produced above his own average.
Yeah.
So that's
don't get me wrong,
Campbell is that as far as age goes, in case anybody wanted to squash that narrative towards other fan bases. The guy still has plenty of gas in the tank.
And don't get me wrong, Color. I like the Calais Campbell. I like the
last thing, Fred.
And the Marcus May pickup. I like both of them.
Fred, one last thing. In none of his 16 seasons did he produce less than Christian Wilkins did last year.
And also, too, you got to add that he can mentor the young
I
guys.
think Christian right now, though.
Of course, because of his potential and age, Big Nick, but we don't have that option because of the $28 million. I'm just saying that Chris Greer found a way to replace that production for a quarter of the money. You know what I mean?
He got way more value.
And like I said,
if at least for one season, if Calais Campbell falls off a cliff next year,
it reminds me of like a Color. You remember when we did that with Saban? We had like Kevin Carter and Vonnie Holiday, and they were up there, but they were still serviceable, bro.
Right. Besides the fact that when some of these new guys get up to speed and some of the other guys get healthy, Calais is not going to have to be out there every single snap.
It's still a rotation, like Anthony Weaver said. He's not going to play 100% of the snaps like Chris.
I'm telling you guys
for rotational, that's pretty good for rotational.
But you guys are doing a lot of things that the media is doing. You keep overlooking one person, man. Y'all like Shaq Barrett was just pulled up off the trash pile or something.
No, I like Shaq Barrett. I like Shaq Barrett.
Just forgot, Big Nick. There's so many names came in the season. I just forgot, bro. That's all. Thanks for reminding us.
Yeah, no, Shaq Barrett is nice. He's nice, bro.
He's so good. He's going to start week 1. He's still good.
Look, I hadn't even. What it was I left out the middle linebacker crew altogether. We can talk about the fact that our tackling should definitely improve this year at the mid-level.
No doubt. Like the defense should not be an excuse. I know it's a turnaround and it's new personnel, but we got the personnel, bro. We got the personnel to make a run. If this is the window year.
No excuse on the defense. The defense is going to do really good this year. Right?
Man, it's 3 new personnel, man. It's 3 new personnel. We straight. We good.
And we had a lot of vets in the personnel that, are familiar with what
exactly. Yes.
Especially
guys
like
the prospects we have coming up behind them aren't no slouches based on their measurables and the tape they put down. So, I feel real comfortable with the defense.
The defense is pretty much the same, man. The only thing that Anthony Weaver pushes a lot is rotation and flexibility within the players because he like to use them at different spots. But don't look for
fresh guys.
A total different defense that the Dolphins are known for, not that bullshit Fangio ran last year.
Well, he wants fresh guys. He wants to be able to put a number 1 squad on the field at all points of that 1 hour football game.
And I feel like our depth this year is much better than our depth last year. So there will be a rotation.
It's a big change in that. And don't forget, Calais Campbell can also bring mental these younger guys on the defensive line too.
Yeah, exactly. He was Walter Manton.
He's older than the defensive line coach. He's older than the defensive line coach. So
I think it's going to be beneficial, bro. It's going to be beneficial to JP knowing they're both from the U. They'll have that connection. They'll have the locker room and the weight room available too. To 2 different campuses, bro. Like they'll have all the flexibility, bro.
And Cap, remember about what they teach it.
Yeah, Brian Peely.
Yeah,
hold on.
I'm high as hell.
Hold on, Big Nick. You're stealing my thunder, Big Nick. Hold on. First of all, the hurricane thing. Look, I don't care what job sector you're in this world. If you're from the University of Miami, you were taught excellence, period.
Yes.
Secondly, Anthony says, is there a young guy in defensive tackles that you guys can see benefiting from the most from mentorship by Calais? And it's the name that Big Nick just pointed out that I think everybody is forgetting, who is now in his second season in the same system. Second season, can get better just like any other second-year player, is Brandon Peely. Thank you, Big Nick, for reminding us of Brandon Peely. What do you think about him, Big Nick?
Cares what he thinks.
Oh,
no, but Brandon Peely.
Well, Big Nick brought his name up first, so I want to
say on defense. On defense, we're not like other, we're not. I'm not going to say we're top heavy. We're really good at our starting positions, and the drop off between the starters and the replacement players is not that much, man. It's not that big, and I'm just so excited about this team, man.
I need another defense. I need another defensive tackle, man.
I think we
need another one.
already like the potential that a guy like
you don't.
No, we ain't.
Hold on.
No, we ain't.
Man, we got about 7 on the team. What you mean?
Man, five of them ain't gonna make the team right now, bro.
Well, Benito Jones, you crazy? You tripping?
Come on, man. What beat Benito Jones, bro?
Yeah, Benito Jones started for Detroit.
Only time I heard about Benito Jones, bro, was when we drafted him, bro. Come on, man.
Nose tackle though.
We should try the new format.
All right.
We got Fred and we got Big Nick.
All right, man. You know what? I'm gonna say,
Fred. Who won the NFC North last year, Fred?
Let me see if I'm drinking, man. Let me see if who won the AFC North? Man, I don't even remember, Nick.
North. The
NFC North.
Yeah.
Oh, who is it? Who's in there? Green Bay, Chicago.
Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions. Who was that starting?
Yeah.
Who
The
was that
Lions.
starting defensive lineman, Fred?
Oh man, I don't know. I don't do the
Benito
Lions like
Jones,
that, bro.
Fred.
Oh my
Come on,
God, man!
man.
Come on, man. If you asked me, that was Jared Goff and them boys doing their work, man. Come on, man. Benito Jones,
I'm glad I ain't asked
he
you.
contributed. He contributed, Nick. He contributed. Okay, he
Look, he's
contributed.
not Christian Wilkins, Fred. He's not Christian Wilkins. What he is, he's a piece to come in who has started in the NFL, played at a high level, and he can come in and rotate when we need him.
Yeah, okay, man. You asked him to do his job. Okay, I give him that, but I need another. I need another defensive tackle. You know what I'm saying? I do, man.
Where the defensive tackle?
Okay. You went and got Calais Campbell, 38 years old, man. You know,
Okay,
Akeem Hicks is out there, man. Guy who I followed. I followed a lot of, man. This guy was strong when he inside, man. Wasn't nobody moving Akeem Hicks like that, bro. Nobody.
No, but Fred, we need to go back to the offensive line because that guy, what's his name, Van?
That too, Mr. Paul. I agree with you, Mr. Paul. You're right. I agree with you, Mr.
So
Paul.
in case y'all were wondering, that's what we're gonna do now. When two guys break out and start debating and don't want to let nobody else talk, we're gonna put.
Nah, man. I mean, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. All I'm saying is go ahead.
We're going to break them off into the big windows so that everybody knows that they need to get some energy out so that we don't have 3 or 4 people trying to talk in the situation. That's all it's about. It's just something I'm trying out lately with these panels so that it flows easier. And that way y'all can get your side argument out and nobody has to talk over you all.
I'm gonna back out of any arguments like that. I no longer want to participate in those type of arguments.
No, but Big Nick, what I was gonna say about Peely was, we got a lot of these guys that are coming up that people talk about. Oh, this rookie, that UDFA, this, that, and we forget that a guy like Peely, why couldn't he get better his second year? He was a rookie. We were all liking the flashes we were seeing out of him. You know what I mean?
Right now it looks like T.F.T.G is projected starter. I mean, we just got depth on top of depth, man.
Yep. And we have no idea whether a guy like Peely might take that next step to being just more than just an average journeyman in the NFL. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
One thing I like about our defensive roster is that we have a bunch of young guys that we like, and we have a bunch of old guys that are on like 1-year contracts. So in addition to the coaching staff, which the defensive coach is a player also, it kind of breeds that player teaching, these guys are going out. They're not trying to compete with another player for a roster spot. They're getting paid and they're here, and they're definitely going to be mentoring these young guys. So instead of having people all over the map as far as age, we just got a bunch of young guys and a bunch of old guys, and I like it.
And Hooked Up Joe, even if none of them guys are directly doing that, just standing there watching a guy like Calais Campbell do his work should rub off on you if you're paying attention. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And Hook Up Joe, it's not even always, it's just like basketball. The saying is, it's not who starts, it's who finishes. And when you have these type of veterans on your team that's done been there before, that's important because those are going to be the guys that are on the field in crunch time.
Weaver said that exact statement too. He said, it doesn't matter who starts, it matters who finishes. Yep. I love that.
Yep. As we found out in KC last season. I mean, all around.
You mean the Tyreek game?
You got a lot of guys that have only played in those conditions once, but all it takes is once. They ain't going to be dumb to it the next time around, if ever. I mean, look, that was historical low temperatures in a football game. We likely will never see that shit again.
No, it'd be cold.
Now, if you guys want to talk about fair criticism, I'm just going to go on straight and say it. Tyreek Hill cannot leave 21 points on the field this year. He cannot do it. He gave up 21 points last year. He cannot do it.
He needs to clutch up.
You are
what in one game? In one game, he did that.
No,
it don't matter.
It was definitely not one game. That never
in one game.
Fred. It don't matter, Fred.
It never happened.
No matter what you think about Tua.
It's impossible.
Hold on. It don't matter what you think about Tua. It don't matter what you think about what Tua could have done or couldn't have done. It is an objective fact. If Tyreek Hill catches one of those balls he dropped, we get one more win last year. That's just a fact. It don't mean that somebody should be held responsible
Hold on, this is where I'm
or
lost
whatever else. But that is an outright fact, dude.
Hey, but if we don't have Tyreek, we don't win 6 of these games
It
all year.
margin, so you got to be fair on that side too.
You're probably fair.
This
to
is
say
why we
that
have a
too.
problem with the. This is why we
You're
have a problem
probably
with the
fair to
almost.
say that too. But saying that does not negate what Big Nick just said.
That's no excuse for dropping a wide open touchdown in the end zone, man.
Look, I'm gonna say this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
It will go to it'll automatically equate to a win because you don't know what the domino effect of the other team's response will be.
Let me say this. Can I say this?
Man.
Can I say this, man?
That's why I hate when we get into these
quarterback
arguments.
He still cost us 21, at least 21 last year.
That may be true, but it may have not made a difference in the win and loss totals.
Crypto, that's still a lot of points. One more touchdown last year, we don't win an extra game.
I get it. It's a lot of points.
21 points. Let me say this. Let me say this. None of them drops that Tyreek had this year. None of them drops were important as important than the ones Waddle. See, you cutting me off. You cutting me off. None of them drops weren't none of them drops. Not as important.
This is why this is a flawed argument.
Because you don't know I ain't cut off.
How a team responds to those touchdowns.
Wasn't none of them as important as the ones Waddle dropped in the playoff game.
God, I hate when we do this.
Come on, man.
We do the same thing for the quarterback, Crypto.
Because if
he'd have got this one more completion, we would have won Tennessee.
Every game comes down to a clutch play, and there's a couple of them.
I'm just saying it's disingenuous to blame Tyreek directly for
I agree. I'm not blaming him. I'm saying it is an objective.
Right.
We're not blaming him. It's not objective.
Yeah, it's objective. Saying the points could have happened. Doesn't necessarily translate.
It is my opinion that
that's what I get away from.
Our war number would have been 1 if Tyreek catches one of those footballs. I believe, in my opinion, that we would have had one more dub on the season.
And I can't point to not one single
Which game was that? Which game?
It don't matter, Fred. It don't
Which
matter.
game?
It don't matter.
If you talk about if you talk about the touchdown that he dropped in Baltimore, that one touchdown he dropped in Baltimore wouldn't have mattered none. You still lost by 37.
Then what are you trying to say?
What I'm trying.
Then why are you blaming him?
I'm not blaming Tyreek. I'm not blaming him at all. I'm just saying none of those drops he had this year, none of them were as important as the ones Waddle had in the playoff game, bro.
It could have came as empty calories. It could have been still 21 points of empty calories.
I know at least
that's all I'm saying.
I know
instead
of one touchdown against Kansas City.
Crypto, instead of one touchdown against Kansas City, don't you think 2 would have been a little more helpful to the team? Remember he dropped one going down back end zone, Kansas City? No, he scored one, but he dropped one. Don't you think that would have been a little bit more helpful to the Dolphins had he caught that touchdown? He didn't drop any touchdowns against Kansas City. Yes, he did.
Well,
yes, he did.
He got
no,
held.
He didn't.
Hold on. He got held, and it disrupted him a little bit, and he did drop.
And one of the touchdowns y'all thought one of the catch that y'all thought he could have caught, we scored on that drive anyways.
Thank you.
Look, nobody's criticizing on that same drive. Nobody's blaming Tyreek.
That's why
I'm not blaming Tyreek.
Fred's question with a specific game. I'm just simply saying the war number would have been 1. I don't know which game it would have been. I don't know. But one of those catches would have netted us one more win on this season, I believe.
Listen, I'm not even going as far as color. Drops. Crypto, I'm not even going as far as color saying that. It has to translate to one of the 6. You have to focus on one of the 6 losses.
And the only reason I'm saying that, Big Nick, is because I'm tired of people bringing up the subject to begin with, because I don't think it had anything to do with why we collapsed last year.
Listen, I don't believe we collapsed. First of all, I think we got hurt, but that's a different argument. But I'm not blaming Tyreek.
Okay, fair enough. But semantically speaking, you could say we collapsed because of injury. That would be fair.
All I'm saying is for this team here, for us to be where I think we should be at, those 21 points will come in handy.
I don't think we can let
It can if you're talking about if it's in certain games where the margin of defeat was within that margin.
Hey, it certainly would have made the loss look a lot less ugly. Okay,
because if I recall, outside of the Buffalo game, all of our other losses was by double digits or more.
Here's the other thing. Guess what? Nobody would be able to blame if Tyreek did catch those balls, regardless of whether they would have mattered or not. Nobody
Tyreek
would
had
be
more
able to say
drops than
anything
Jalen
about
last year, Crypto. Tyreek had more drops than Jalen than Waddle.
Wasn't none of them as important as the ones that Waddle dropped,
Nick,
bro.
But yeah, you're right. As far as cumulatively, yes. He also had almost twice as much volume attempts thrown.
Yeah.
He had
more chances to drop.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, he had more opportunities to drop more passes.
Exactly.
than Waddle too. I mean, we got to be fair on that side too. Tyreek also had more opportunities to make drops.
He had 50. He had at least 50 more targets than Waddle, didn't he? At least 50 more targets than Waddle.
Waddle missed more than double the games.
And at least 50 more targets than Waddle, bro. Come on, man.
Waddle missed, I think, 3 games.
And Waddle had more touchdowns than he did, Fred. So what are you trying to say?
Waddle had more. Waddle missed 3 games. He missed 3 games. He missed that many games.
If we're talking about the year you're talking about,
I think Tyreek also missed 1
Waddle
game.
was 33rd in number of receptions and 24th in receptions per game, yet led the league in touchdowns.
And I would say Tyreek had a lot to do with that, with the coverage he draws.
Really? Oh, okay. Because
with the coverage he draws, I'd say Tyreek.
That would only explain.
But you know what?
I got this, Big Nick. That would explain, Fred. That would explain why Waddle was 33rd in number of receptions. That doesn't explain why he led the league in touchdowns with those fewer number of opportunities. All that tells me is Waddle is more efficient with his opportunities than anybody else in the fucking league.
He ain't. No, he ain't.
Tyreek Hill is probably the most efficient.
I don't think. I would say Tyreek is more efficient because defensive coordinators are still drawing up plays to stop him first and foremost. It's an order of operations.
And
it's called. I use this word all the time.
You can also
use this word all the time. I use this word all the time when it comes to Tyreek Hill's gravity. And nobody has more gravity when it comes to the opposing defensive coordinator than Tyreek Hill.
We can take Tyreek out of it because you're right. Based on how often he's double teamed, he probably is ultimately more efficient.
Hey, Color, can I say one thing about Hill too?
Without Tyreek, and
finish.
If Odell Beckham and Waddle was the starting receivers, Waddle get 1,500 yards.
I swear to God, I am never ever going to let somebody accuse me of talking over people ever again.
We'll see it play out this year.
I don't give a shit anymore.
It's going to happen
I'm
this year.
talk over everybody,
you guys talked it
just
up.
like everybody else does. And y'all can single me out all you want, but I'm going to keep doing it. And if you
Big
keep
Nick, I
talking
agree
over
with
me,
you.
Fred, I'm going to put you in back.
I think, Big Nick, I think you're right. I agree with you. That's going to play out because the Dolphins fans always jinx it. I think most likely it will play out. What Tyreek will get most of the, Waddle will get more attempts than him, all because of something's going to happen that's caused that to happen. You've spoken into existence, not me.
So if I would be allowed to finish what I was saying before y'all decided to roll off onto another street, amongst his peers, not including Tyreek, I'm sorry, Jamar Chase wasn't 33rd in the league in number of receptions. He was their number 1 receiver. And Waddle still had more touchdowns than him.
We're talking about last year or the year before?
I don't know what you call that besides efficiency.
Yes.
Color, you're the only one having that discussion, Color.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. I thought that was the year that Jamar Chase missed 6 games.
I'm talking about in 2022. I don't know what the fuck year it was or who was injured or what. Okay.
Yes, Jamar did miss a lot of games.
All I know is Waddle was 10th in overall production, yet 33rd in number of receptions. Not one receiver in the top 10 was over 10th
in number of receptions except for Jalen fucking Waddle. Yet he was right there with them in the top 10 in production. That's efficiency.
Yes, but
you can call it whatever else you want. That is the
But then you argue the same thing if Tua plays more cumulatively, that if the receiver would have played more games, he would have had more added to his number, which means he wouldn't have been 10th. He would have probably finished around 4th or 5th. That would have been Jamar Chase that year.
Probably. But he still wouldn't have been as low in number of receptions as Waddle.
Yeah, but Crypto, that's
right, which means it's cumulative.
Crypto, that's a bad argument because Chase is the number 1, Waddle is the number 2.
I can
So
also,
that's not even
I also
fair.
think I did it on number of receptions.
He might as well been the number 2 because he missed enough amount of games, is what I'm saying.
I did it on number of receptions to begin with, not number of games played. It doesn't matter how many games he played. If he got more receptions, Waddle.
It's not even receptions. That's the wrong stat.
More receptions.
It's targets.
He would have had
It's not
more
receptions. It's targets, not receptions.
Targets doesn't mean anything to production, Big
Yes,
Nick.
it does.
No,
Yes, it does.
No, because a bad team with a bad receiver and a bad quarterback can throw to one receiver 500 times. It doesn't mean they're producing anything.
That's my argument. That's why you got to bring up. That's my argument. That's why you have to bring up targets. That's exactly my argument. Do you understand? You just made my argument.
I want to know what quarterback did that. That was actually bad. Where was the bad teams at that had receivers that was that high? I mean, normally they're bad for a reason.
Nobody. That's what I'm saying.
Because the offense ain't efficient.
Quite the contrary. Justin Herbert's receivers didn't get past top 21.
And neither did probably the Jets receivers.
Hey, Nick, did you say Jamar Chase was the number 1 in Cincinnati, bro? With T. Higgins and Tyler? You said he was
number 1 as far as primary guy. Of course. And I'll use this for him.
Hold on. Here's the thing. Jalen Waddle, back to those number of receptions and how much receivers do with their opportunities. Jalen Waddle, 33rd. Jamar Chase, the guy who missed games, 3rd in number of receptions. 3rd in the entire league.
You talking about targets or receptions?
In receptions.
Okay, so you're talking about how much you got per reception.
You're talking about a guy. Hold on. I'm gonna say it one more time and say it clearly and as concisely as I can. Receiver A, Jamar Chase, 3rd in receptions, 9th in overall production.
It means nothing if you're not going to factor in the target.
Waddle. Receiver B, Jalen Waddle, 33rd in receptions, 10th in overall production.
Yeah, because he got a lot more categories that he was ranked higher in.
It's the same 9 categories.
It's not a category. He's talking about actual
category. That means something. If the target has a big discrepancy in it, you got to factor in the targets. I'm sorry, you do.
Big Nick, you're not realizing that I'm using the same 9 categories for both receivers. It's still a fair comparison.
No, it's not.
Waddle's way up there in yards per reception. That's what it boils down to. Culler's right. Waddle has crazy yards per reception.
Oh, man. If somebody throws me the ball 1,000 times,
he gets the ball. He gets great yardage per ball, and it has to do with his team. I mean, when you have Tyreek Hill on the other side, he's going to get more. He's going to get more yards per opportunity than somebody, and it makes sense because if you're the number 1 wide receiver and there's no other secondary receiver, you're going to get a bunch of little catches that are not for very far compared to.
Now, real quick, Joe, I want to say where I do agree.
Yeah, but his yardage per goes against that grain. His yards per catch doesn't mean he's getting a lot of short passes.
See this shit? I'm the one that talks over everybody, bro. But Big Nick, I want to point out where I think I do agree with what you're trying to say. If you're trying to say that it's that Jamar Chase being 3rd in receptions is something better than what Waddle achieved by only being 33rd in receptions, then I would agree with you. No, that don't matter, because in that direct comparison, it's likely that Jamar Chase got far more targets. I get what you're saying there, but I'm talking about
that makes null and void
within the 9. Listen, within the 9 categories that I averaged out. Okay, all I'm saying is that a reception is an actual opportunity to do something with the football. Okay. And Waddle had many more less of those opportunities than Jamar Chase did. Yet he finished in the top 10 in the overall average of the categories I did, where Jamar Chase also finished top 10, only one place higher than him.
I hope the only reason you've been making this argument is to prove that Jalen Waddle has been more efficient than
that he's ridiculous efficient.
Because that's the only possible outcome between those two when one is the number one.
Literally what I've been trying to prove, Big Nick.
Color. If you get 100 free throws and I get 10 and I make 5 and you make 6, who do you think it looks better on?
Yes, of course. That's why it's amazing that Waddle is right up there with him in the top 10 in production.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
not. It's amazing. Color. I'm gonna have to go with color on that one. Hey, I did look at a
Y'all
stat.
gotta realize that with more games played also means more opportunities to boost all 9 categories.
He already had more opportunities than Waddle with less games.
I think Jalen Waddle is a
No, he would have even more to produce in the other categories.
That doesn't matter, Crypto.
I think
don't see how it don't matter.
Because the purpose of my list was to show production. I don't give a shit that he lacked in production because he missed games. That's his damn fault.
Well, then you can't use that hypothetical at the quarterback position if they miss games.
In the games that they both did play, one got far less receptions than the other and did more with the football.
Color.
No, because you're using it in another stat for another position
I didn't
group.
change out another stat. They are the same
It is
9
the same stat.
categories.
Color.
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about when it comes to.
That's a bad stat.
Okay,
you have to compare things like yard.
Okay,
Color. You have to compare things
it's
like
a legit stat, man. People talk about that stat all the time.
If you want to prove your point to me, listen to me.
You have to compare yards.
I'm going to tell you how you can prove your point.
Targets per
That's what it boils down to.
I'm going to tell you how you can prove your point. Okay, I'll give you the numbers. You can take the 9th and 10th receivers, Jamar Chase and Jalen Waddle, and add their ranking for number of targets. Average them back out, and I guarantee you the ranking is not going to change one bit.
Right, you're still missing it. Color. When there's a number 1 and there's a number 2, right? The first thing you got to go to is the target. Then you got to scientifically, mathematically measure out the target.
Because you're not understanding what the list is about.
And then the next step, once you've done that,
not trying to compare the quality of receiver. It's comparing their production from 2022. I don't
know,
need
Color,
targets
again.
to do that.
Color, you want to be right so badly that you refuse to listen. I'm not. When I say a number 1 versus a number 2 has nothing to do with
This ain't
the
about
quality
being
of the
right.
player.
This ain't about being right, bro.
It's not about the quality of the
This
player.
ain't about being right.
Okay. All right, I heard that.
I don't think nobody's arguing that Waddle wasn't efficient, but I just think it's a bad apples comparison.
Right, it's not apples and
So
apples.
give me another receiver in the top 10 who was 33rd in number of receptions. So give me another receiver in the top 10.
Color.
33rd.
Nobody wants to have that argument
Right.
with
In
you,
fact,
Color.
what's the second? See, Color.
33rd as far as receptions?
Hey, Color, if you look at, if you're looking at that number and he's 33rd, look at the top 10, what's the next number, right? The next number is bound to be way down from that. And on top of that,
I'll
Waddle
tell you.
only played.
Good question, Hooked Up Joe. I'll tell you right now. You compare
them by the yards per catch per average.
How many
yards per target per average.
13th,
Things like
Joe.
that.
13th. Joe. Now, can I say something about this? Can I say I want to say something about this because what we saw last year was a bunch of top end anomalies, and this is another one where usually when you see the scale of something go up, it doesn't go up, and then the very last person spikes and it's way high, and that's what we saw for a lot of these stats, and this one's exactly the same. You know, it's off the charts in the difference between what Waddle has as far as the number of receptions versus the total number of yards. And it's simple math. If you get total number of receptions, you divide it by total number of yards, you get yards per reception. And his yards per reception are off the hook. I mean, all he's talking about is production, and that's the number you look right. And that's all he's talking about. He just broke the number down in a different way.
Joe, Chris Godwin was 6th in number of receptions. Yet guess where he landed in overall production?
For some reason, color only want to factor in the receptions, man. So, Hooked Up Joe, and I agree with you what you're saying. However, and I think you're going to get to this, but I'm going to beat you to it. If a player, from what you're saying, right? If a player is only targeted 120 times versus another player who was targeted 340 times, and they both have similar reception numbers, right? That is hard. That's what you have to look at. The usage. Why does this player have as many catches as he has? Because he has more opportunities. If you gave that player the same amount of opportunities as the other player, would his number still be the same?
I do. I'm going to have to run a caller. Can I say one thing?
Need those extra targets. That's
I
what
want
I'm
to
trying to say.
No. Let me say one thing because I got to run. But I did
those extra targets, Big Nick. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, he didn't need them.
He didn't need them, but it's in the confines of the number one, I guess. What Nick?
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's the argument.
But callers just talking
Tyreek's
about
the number one guy.
He's not
One's a
talking
pure
about
decoy.
Hold on, real quick. Now we're getting there, Big Nick. I think what you're trying to say, Big Nick, is that if Waddle would have had the number of targets Jamar Chase had,
no, don't think about Waddle. Don't think about Waddle. Think about Chase.
If Tyreek was there and wasn't there, and Devontae Parker was his number 2, then that would be the proper way to play with it.
No, color. Absolutely.
How can you answer me when I didn't finish what I'm saying?
Is that what I was saying?
How can you answer me 100%. When I didn't finish what I'm saying?
I am going to have to run.
Steel man, Big Nick's point, and I'd like to.
All right, Hooked Up. See you later, Hooked Up, Joe.
You say it's wrong.
No,
I think I just said what Big Nick was trying to say.
Well, then you got it. You got it. Y'all have the show. Y'all have the show.
Can y'all let
Joe
say something?
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing before I go.
I'm out. Y'all have the show.
No, I just wanted to say one thing before I run, and it's kind of related to the Hill Waddle thing. If you look at the number of snaps that they have, you look at their snap count, the percentage of snaps that they had in each game that they were actually in. I'm not talking about missed games. If they were in the game, we're talking about snap count. Hill had 67% of snaps in a game average over the whole year, and Waddle had 58% of the snaps. So if you look at your wide receiver 1 and your wide receiver 2 on other teams, it would be interesting to see what their snap counts are, because we kind of break up our wide receiver 1 between them. If you look some, but we don't have them on the field all the time, obviously from their snap count. So you also look at the way we utilize our receivers is different too. And I just looked up that stat and ran it out.
Why am I the only one though? But why am I the only one making an argument for targets? That's the divider. Targets.
Yeah, that makes
divider between what, bro? You're missing the point of what I did.
And if you're on the field last year, you have less targets. So that was kind of why.
It's only apples and oranges when you're talking about philosophy and how a player is defended.
You're talking about something that has nothing to do with what I did this production list for. And to illustrate,
it's a direct.
All you're telling me.
It's a direct effect on how somebody can.
All you're telling me is that with more targets, Waddle would have been that much more productive. That's all you're telling me.
Perhaps.
And I agree with you.
If Tyreek exclusively was not on the field, then that would be an exercise that's yet to be, made.
What the fuck does Tyreek Hill have to do with any of this? I'm
Yet
simply
again, I
saying,
keep saying it till I'm blue in the
simply
face.
saying-
One's gravity affects the outcome of the other.
Thank you.
Oh my fucking
Thank you.
God. Oh my God. In what? Getting targets? I don't give a shit. He doesn't need the
and
target.
getting targeted.
Color.
I'm talking about as far as how you're defended by a defense.
If you had 100 free throws and I had 10, who has the most opportunities? Who has the most opportunities to make free throws?
If you're not going to let me finish a statement to understand my position, then don't patronize me.
Because you don't want to hear anybody else.
I know how targets work in relation to two different receivers, bro. I don't need a lesson. Okay.
Then why keep
You're
comparing the
completely
two?
missing what I'm trying to say because you won't let me finish.
All right, I'm gonna try this one last time.
Try whatever you want. I
Nah,
understand.
leave it
what you're
alone,
trying
Nick. Leave
to
it
say.
alone, man.
Color.
Change the
please.
subject. Change the subject.
I'm gonna just try this one last time. If Jamar Chase got the exact same number of targets as Jalen Waddle,
He would have probably been like 18th in production. You're
you
right.
have to factor in.
I've been
right,
trying to tell you you're right.
right.
That wasn't
So-
what I was trying to illustrate.
But that is not
Who
the
would be
illustration.
18th?
That is not the
With more
conversation.
games.
that we
Crypto.
were
Like
having.
quantitative.
It's a guess, Crypto.
He would probably go up because he has more opportunities to go to get better numbers in every category that's been put out.
If Jamar Chase would have got less targets, he would have not finished 9th in production. I agree with that statement. If that's what Big Nick just said.
Right, which
I
means
agree
he would
with
have
that.
basically not even had to play maybe 4 games or 3 games. What are we talking about?
I'm simply
if you
trying
agree
to
with
He only
that,
played
hey,
like more,
I'm
10.
simply trying to
If
say
you-
that amongst the receivers that got more receptions than Waddle, none of them finished in the top 10 in production.
Because of the other 9 categories, they didn't have
Thank you.
the
No
targets
shit.
probably
No
necessary
shit.
to get there,
No shit.
which means targets do matter.
Oh, just shut up, dude. Like, really, bro. Just stop it already, man.
The fuck you mean?
They only matter if you're trying to say that this guy could have been more productive or less productive. That's the only way they matter.
No, it could have mattered because of a defensive coordinator decided to respect one player versus the other, what causes a domino effect on the other players.
And I would expect because of that Waddle's overall
Crypto, that was
production
one of the
is-
worst takes ever, what you just said.
Okay, bro. Okay,
No,
I'm not gonna
wasn't.
let y'all sit here and disparage me fucking like that.
Y'all
when
could
you're not
keep
fucking
ignoring the
letting me
gravity
finish, bro.
effect all y'all want.
No.
Go look at the dossier
You
of what
don't
the fuck.
fucking look at shit. First of all, you stop fucking over talking me. Okay.
Oh, now we gotta
First
be
of all.
assaulted now. Now
And
we
you
gotta be
know what
assaulted.
the offensive
I'll fucking sit here alone.
I know what the Chargers coach said and who was his
You're not
target
going to
was.
sit here and disparage.
I know
what
they
I'm- what I'm
they was
doing
targeting
or
Tyreek
fucking what I'm
Hill
trying to say
and not
when you
nobody
won't
else.
let me
Target
fucking
Tyreek
finish
and
it.
number 17. That was the order of operations.
I don't give a fuck.
We'll
Until
see
you
this
can
thought
explain to
experiment.
me, until you
As
can
soon as
explain
Tyreek
to
Hill
me,
goes out for the whole
until you
season,
can
then
explain
we'll
to
really
me,
know.
until you can explain to me how Waddle could be 10th in production based on the same 9 metrics that I used for every receiver. How can he be 10th in production while only having 33rd
That's not the argument I'm having. The argument I'm having.
I'm not having that argument because Devontae Parker's not on this team.
The argument I'm having, right? Absolutely. Is who are you comparing?
Well, I have that argument with
think you use a
Devontae
bad
Parker's the
comparison.
number 2 receiver and Waddle's the number 1. That's when I have that argument.
Right,
Absolutely.
and Devontae Parker wouldn't even sniff the top 10 with twice the number of receptions.
That's not the point. That's not the
That
point.
is the point. That is
not.
exactly the point I'm trying to make.
I would. Well, I don't know if Devontae Parker wouldn't. What's the evidence that he would?
I don't know.
Do we have all the numbers
don't
for his
really
last
care.
year when
I don't
Waddle
really
was
care.
paired up with
Why
him?
don't you go find the evidence for your position? How about that? Instead of shitting on the evidence that I'm presenting, because I actually did some
I ain't
fucking
shitting
work.
on the evidence.
I ain't shitting on nothing. I just made a statement about what Devontae Parker would be if he was the number 2, and Waddle was number 1, and the defensive coordinators was focusing on Waddle. And when the defensive coordinator was focused on Waddle and he averaged 9 yards per catch, did Waddle lead the league in receptions for yards per catch that year when Devontae Parker was the number 2? We already had that example already. I don't care what Devontae would have gotten those numbers. I just know Waddle would have been more focused by defensive coordinators. Hence, he had 9 yards per reception when Devontae Parker was on the other side of opposite of him. That's what I do know. That's numbers.
I think me and you have the exact same argument. I think you only want to compare. I think you only want to compare number 1s to number 1s.
That's all I want to do is compare number 2.
That's all I want to do is compare number 1s to number 1.
Hey, Nick, newsflash.
Hey, Nick, I'm gonna say.
Newsflash,
Hey, Nick, let me say this,
Nick.
Nick.
Compare anybody to anybody.
Let me say this, Nick. If in Cincinnati with Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase, bro, you got at least 2 number 1s on the field right there, bro.
The targets don't say that, Fred.
That's 2 number 1s.
No,
that's at least
if
2
Boyd
number.
was supposed to be the number 3.
The targets. I don't care. I don't care if the stats would say you got at least 2 number 1s on the field right there, bro.
No, Fred.
This is what I'm saying. I don't care what the stats say.
That don't work because
it's the
if we're talking about number 3s versus number 3s, and then that would be a direct comparison from a philosophical defensive standpoint. Because it may be like Belichick. You know how Belichick used to say, "I'm not going to let your number 1 beat me." He'll spend all of his time and energy just forcing you to let your number 4 receiver beat him, or your 4th best guy beat you. That's what he did.
Crypto. I understand that,
from
Crypto.
game to game
but
over 17-game season, that's skewed.
Yeah, well, if I actually worked for you and not what my actual purpose was, then I would have made the cutoff at 125 receptions and just left out all the number 2s. But that wasn't my purpose. That's your purpose, in which case you need to do that fucking work and quit shitting on mine.
I ain't did shit. I ain't shitted on nothing. I just made a statement.
Look, the shit that I don't like. I don't like when wide receivers are labeled 1 and 2s. Fuck that. For that matter, give me 2 great number 2s.
That's the point, man. Time. That's
exactly, man. Exactly. I can't stand putting numbers on wide receivers, man. I can't stand that.
Hey, Fred.
I tell you what.
Hey, Fred.
Chicago Bears best running back. He was the number 1 running back.
Hey, Fred.
Everybody try to take Peyton out of the game.
I can't stand that. On 1, 2, or 1 and a 2 wide receiver. When the 2 is probably more talented than the goddamn number 1.
Hey, Fred. Jerry Rice played with John Taylor. Who was the number 1 target? Who got the most targets?
With who, Nick?
Jerry Rice plays with John Taylor. Who got the most targets?
Jerry Rice had the most receptions, most targets, or whatever. But if John Taylor had the same acromens as Jerry Rice, bro, the man could get open and he could create after fucking catch, bro. That's what I seen in John Taylor. Now who I didn't hear about was your boy Reggie Brown that you have on the show. I never even heard of Reggie Brown. I never even heard of Reggie Brown.
Hey Fred, Scottie Pippen got 6 championships and he was on the Dream Team and the NBA.
So what? I could tell you, like, Scottie Pippen was a big reason the Bulls won championships, bro. Scottie Pippen was a big reason.
Who was the number 1 option?
Come on, man. Mike was the number 1 option, bro.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man. Everybody know that. Everybody know that, bro.
And to that point, Big Nick, Mike had all the gravity of every freaking body in the universe.
Over anybody in the NBA.
Hey, Fred, Shaq was the number 1 option with Kobe.
People couldn't stop Bill Cartwright or John Paxson because of Michael Jordan.
No, he wasn't. Shaq was never no number 1 option. was always about Kobe. Always about Kobe, bro. Always about Kobe. Shaq just cleaned up everything. He cleaned up. That's what he did. As a matter of fact, teams would love to give Shaq the ball, to foul him, so they can get back in the game. Because you know why, Nick? He's going to miss both free throws. He's going to miss both free throws. Okay.
Hakeem Olajuwon had Clyde.
Shaq changed the game.
Who was the number one option when Kareem Olajuwon had Clyde Drexler?
The number one option was Clyde Drexler. Number one option was Clyde Drexler.
You do know that Kobe won 2 without Shaq, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. It was about Kobe.
Yeah, I know. Shaq won 1 without Kobe.
It's all about Kobe.
Said Clyde Drexler.
Yeah, Clyde Drexler was the first option other than Hakeem.
Dwayne Wade.
Not with the Rockets, with the Blazers, maybe.
With the Rockets, bro. With the Rockets.
Yes, absolutely, I do know that. But when they played together, who was the number one option?
Kobe. Kobe.
I don't know what game y'all watching. Kobe, with Shaq on the team?
Facts, Fred.
Who's the most dominant?
Kobe.
Who's the most dominant player between the two? He was more dominant than Shaq?
Kobe.
I don't think so.
With Travis Kelce, who was the number one option?
Kobe was the most dominant.
No, he wasn't.
I'm gonna tell you like this.
He's the most skilled, but not dominant.
Hey, Crypto.
He was the most skilled, Fred, not the dominant.
Crypto.
Shaq was more dominant.
With 10 seconds left in the game, Crypto, and Lakers down by 1, who you giving the ball to?
With 10 seconds, I'm giving it to Shaq in the paint or dunk.
Oh, okay. Oh, you going? Hey, Crypto, you gonna give it to Shaq in the paint? You gonna give it to Shaq? Crypto, hold on, Nick. Hey, hold on, Nick. Hold on, Nick. Hold on, Nick.
On the line and 5
hold on, Nick.
seconds left.
Hey, Nick, just give me this. Just hold on 1 second. Crypto, you said with 10 seconds left, Lakers down by 1, you giving the ball to Shaq in the paint.
I'm giving it to Shaq.
Okay,
yeah,
now when they foul,
so back down and freaking foul.
If I'm the team up by 1, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to foul Shaq. I'm gonna put Shaq on the line.
Maybe if it's tied, I'm not gonna. But if it's 1, Shaq can make 1 free throw, man. He wasn't that bad. He was bad.
Man, Shaq had trouble. Shaq had trouble making 1, bro. Trouble making 1. Y'all know this. Stop it.
Who said you can't give him to the ball deep in the paint so when he can get an and 1?
Okay, you fouled. No, you fouling before you even get the ball up. Put him on the line.
That's a technical foul. Then you go
no, it's not.
So
it's not. Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Yeah. You realize they changed the rules, right?
No, he
that's automatic. That's automatic technical foul if you inside 2 minutes. A hacker shack.
No.
You don't know about the hacker shack rule?
Crypto, you can reach in and just call that just a regular foul. Crypto, come on now.
It's intentional. They know. They know what's going on.
Go after the basket with your regular foul.
They know what intentional is. I ain't saying elbow the man in the head, and I ain't saying bite the man. Reach in on him, smack his hands, and put him on the line. Now you want Shaq on the line with 10 seconds to go down by 1.
So you taking that 3-peat where Shaq led the Lakers in scoring all the whole 3-peat, and he got 3 final MVPs that he wasn't.
Man, I'm giving all that to Kobe, bro. All that to Kobe. All that to Kobe, bro. Hey, as a matter of fact, since I mentioned his name, and I didn't mean if I insulted the man, I'm definitely sorry. But Reggie Brown played for who? Shake? Houston Oilers, was it?
Who's that?
Who'd Reggie Brown play for? Crypto? Was it the Houston Oilers?
Reggie Brown?
Yeah, that you guys have on the show once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but
it was Oilers.
I've never heard of Dr. Reggie, man. But and no insult to the man or anything, man. I just don't.
I had y'all made me have to go take a coke, man. Y'all are killing
I just never heard of Reggie Brown playing for the Oilers, man. I mean, you know, Billy White Shoes Johnson, Ernest Givens. I've heard
Fred, so, y'all, just for the panel. Sorry for my lapse in decorum. I just ain't.
Oh, no problem. No problem, Color.
I'm good.
Hey, Color, you don't need to apologize to me, man. You know the panels get like they get, bro. You know.
Could I say something?
I just wish y'all would understand what I'm trying to show. It ain't what y'all think I'm trying to show, and I agree with a lot of what y'all are saying. If I was trying to compare, like, directors, I get what y'all are trying to say. It's not what I was trying to do. This is what I've been trying to make it.
Hey, Color, you all me any
it wasn't about. Look, if you add targets to Waddle and you take targets away from Jamar Chase, that's just going to make it look even better for Waddle. My point being is, if you take away targets from Jamar Chase, he's only going to fall in the production ranking.
And let me say something. I want to say this real quick, Fred. I just want to say that I admire your thick skin. That's one word I like joking with you, because I know that you don't take it personal. And speaking of thick skin, please don't come on the panel naked. Thank you.
There's some background noise. Who's that got background noise?
It might be my fan, man. But damn, I don't even hear you guys. I just picked up some super earphones, man. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what it is. Hold on.
I want to offer some pushback to Big Nick a little bit about the Tyreek thing. To me, I honestly, us collapsing at the end of the season is not on the receiver. It's the quarterback who basically disappeared.
Yeah, put you on mute.
Most of that stretch from the end of the season and the playoffs. So to me, it's not Tyreek dropping balls. It's the Tua not showing up at the end of the fourth quarter, disappearing.
Everything we said, that's all you've heard. That's what you heard, because nobody said.
I don't want to speak for you, Big Nick, but Big Nick wasn't trying to say that, Anthony.
Nobody said that, right? And you know, if you came up here just to bash on Tua and forget that against Baltimore,
even I avoided that.
I guess it don't matter. I guess it don't matter when we had a game where we had 11 starters out in one game. I get that. I guess that doesn't mean anything.
No.
Right?
The injuries, to me, that's an excuse. Every team had not major.
Name a team that had 11 starters out at one time.
Cleveland. Not everybody, but I'm saying we can't use the injury. Wait, we can't use the major starters when other teams had major starters missing at the end of the season, and they didn't blow a lead in our division.
I had $1,000 in the bank. I had 10 million in the bank. I lost all my 1,000. I lost all my 10 million. Well, we're brothers.
Yeah, no, but Nick, we're using an excuse that
That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Is it a fact? Is it a fact against the Baltimore Ravens in a very pivotal game? We had 11 starters out. Is that a fact? No. Okay.
It's a fact, but I feel that's a fact.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You can turn it into an excuse. I think it's a fact.
No, it's a fact and an excuse to me, because every other team had injuries, and yet they didn't blow.
Is it a fact, Anthony?
No.
Anthony,
we didn't believe.
Is it a fact that Vic Fangio got out-coached by Mike Vrabel?
It wasn't 11 starters out at the beginning of the game. It accumulatively, they was closer to be throughout the game.
No, I think it was 11 starters out at the start.
No.
I think it was 11 starters out at the
third
start.
quarter.
We had one starter on the offensive line. We had one starter on the offensive line, maybe two at that.
Well, Nick, I'm gonna say this, Nick. But I don't care if they all played. You just wasn't beating the Ravens that night, bro. You just wasn't gonna beat the Ravens that night.
But why not? We beat them 3 out of the last 4 times we played them. Why not?
Like I said, that first game was some bullshit. I mean, that game last year. Was it last year before, the comeback game or whatever? I think it was good. Hold on, Nick. You know, it was good. The Dolphins is my team. I'm glad they did it. But come on, man. You know, the defensive coordinator should have been fired after that game, bro. You know what I'm saying? We were blown out. Every time we play the Ravens, Nick, we're blown out, bro. They average 50 on us, bro. They average 50 on us.
Give him, hey, Big Nick, give him the 1990.
Hold on, wait.
Hold on, Big Nick. Give him the 1990 New England game to open the season in Foxborough when Marino, we were down 20 by like 24 in the fourth quarter. Marino had thrown 4 interceptions that game, and he threw the game-winning touchdown to Tony Page in the end zone with like a minute 50 left on the clock. Give him that game, Big Nick.
Oh, I can give him the game. We were losing all Monday night long when Mark Duper first came back.
You know what?
But anyway, we're not gonna go there. But Fred, Fred, is it a fact? Yes or no? Take away last year's game. We were 3-4 the last 4 times. I mean, we were 3-1 the last 4 times we played Baltimore.
No, we had a worse record than
that's not
that
true.
Against Baltimore.
That one game we beat them on Thursday night was the only time we beat them. Before that,
we were 3-1 the last 4 times we played Baltimore.
No, we wasn't. That's not true.
I don't think so.
Yes, we were. I can go down the line and name.
Because one team historically we barely even had sniffed.
I can go down the line and name.
It's only 2 times. It's like our record is the same against them as it is against the Bills in the last 13 games.
The year before we tanked, we beat Baltimore. The year we tanked, they blew us out. They scored over 50 points. The next year after that was the 0 blitz game where we tore Lamar Jackson ass up. The game after that was 2 6 touchdown game. That's 3 out of the last 4. So don't tell me about
we played last year. How is it 3 out of the last 4?
I said take away up until last year. Fred said that we wasn't going to beat them, and I said based on what? Because 3 out of the last 4 times we played them, we were 3-1 at that point. So I had every confidence. I had every confidence that we was going to beat Baltimore based on previous 4 times we played them.
Well, if you're going to use that logic, you got to be fair and say we ain't beating Tennessee because they beat us 3 of the last 4.
At least fair to
if you're going to use that same logic,
it's at least fair to say. Nick, would it be at least fair to say? Would it be at least fair to say we wouldn't have gotten blown the fuck out?
You can get trapped up by using that as a logic. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Would it be fair to do that? Would it be fair to say that nobody could have expected that we got blown out the way we did the last time we played the Ravens? I mean, I didn't expect that because of our track record. Because of our recent track record against the Ravens, we have won and lost against them. So I didn't expect a blowout like that.
I don't ever expect to get blown out.
I kind of did because
a lot of points.
The games before
3 of the last 4, they've scored more than 40 or almost 40.
Okay, well.
Yeah, but then you have the game where we held them to like hardly nothing. I mean,
that will be the 3 of the last 4.
Didn't expect it. I kind of did because the games before we weren't playing that well and stuff like that.
Anthony, why you hate your team, man?
Bro,
I don't hate my team.
That's just saying we get in shit out of their offense in that win with Jacoby Brissett and Tua that night.
I mean, how can you say you don't hate your team?
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about last. I'm talking about
22 to 16 was the final.
Okay, but anyway.
And Nick, I don't hate my team. I'm just being.
No, you want to blame shit on Tua. Was it Tua's fault?
Tua didn't play enough in that game, Big Nick.
Was it Tua's fault that Vic Fangio couldn't adjust to that?
Brissett played in that game.
Was it Tua's fault then? When Nick
Brissett played in that game?
Say what?
Were you talking about the
Thursday
Nick, night
you
game?
guys always say he's the
Tua didn't play only one half. He only played one half.
Right. That was a we. That was a Jacoby Brissett win. Yes, but our defense whooped the ever-loving shit out of their offense that night.
I said I don't believe the Dolphins.
Yeah, defense did it. We got one from them. That's what I'm saying. But all the other ones was like, what the offense.
But the reason why I'm putting so much pressure on the kid is because.
Well,
could I finish? Could I finish what I'm trying to say?
It ain't gonna make a difference to why I know you're doing it, but you can go ahead.
No, but we, to be honest, you guys put this kid on a pedestal like he's a superstar.
Yeah, and you put him in, and you put him in the CFL.
Covering up for
you put him in the CFL, so it balances out. You put him in the XFL, so it balances out.
No, what I'm saying is you
claim I put him on a pedestal.
Skyler in the XFL. Skyler is going to be the next quarterback of the St. Louis Battlehawks, and he's going to take him all the way.
You claim I put him on a pedestal, and I claim you put him in the XFL. So
No.
Well, Tony, you putting him in the XFL is what Big Nick was trying to
No,
say.
no. I
You
said
Tua should be in the XFL.
I said I was joking around. I was being facetious when I said that the only way he wins a championship is in the CFL. I was being facetious.
But I didn't hear you say that. I didn't hear you say that, but I know you were telling yourself eventually. Now watch this. Let me disprove your statement about I put Tua on the pedestal. Crypto. In the history of the Miami Dolphins, who's the only one person on the pedestal?
Marino.
There you go, right there, Anthony. Crypto, my favorite player last year. My favorite player on the team last year, or maybe Color can answer this better. My favorite player on the team last year was Christian Wilkins. How do I feel about Christian Wilkins now, Color?
Go fuck himself.
There you go, Anthony. I put nobody on the pedestal. I put nobody
not
on
you,
the
Nick,
team.
but I'm saying
I like the name
I'm
on the
not just
front.
saying
I like
you.
the name on the front, not the one on the back.
Exception to Shake like Christian Wilkins.
Yeah, no, but Nick, I'm not just saying you, but I'm saying his fan base in general puts him on a pedestal like he's a superstar quarterback. If he's such a superstar, shouldn't he be covering up for?
So what?
I think that Shake Money's
shouldn't
then
if
how does that affect you, Anthony?
Biggest fan.
No, could I finish what I'm saying though? What I'm saying, I'm not saying it doesn't affect me, but what I'm saying is,
you do a lot of crying about it.
No, that
Anthony, you got to realize that if Tua gets cut, Big Nick will no longer be a fan. That's what he's telling you.
Yes, he will. Why do you care how a portion of the fan base feel about a player? So what? What that have to do with you? So what?
But what I'm saying is,
okay.
No,
but you know what, Anthony, I'm gonna tell you.
Honestly, I think the difference is,
I've used this term on other
I gotta mute you.
Okay, and nothing. I got a fan in the background.
Crazy.
I've used this term on other people before.
Big Nick, what I would say that like as far as what it really is, you're not the type of guy that will go out and blast on the world that Anthony is a complete moron and should never be allowed in the stadium again because of his opinion on Tua. Even if you think that, you're not going to go out there and put all that on blast. That's what separates you. That's what separates. Hold on, well, real quick. That's what separates you from the people that Anthony is talking about.
Okay, but so what? That don't.
I get it, but nobody likes to be bad mouthed, bro. Come on, man.
But at the same time, I would tell Anthony this. I would tell Anthony this: if the Miami Dolphins hold up the Lombardi Trophy this year, and he's in the same room with me celebrating, I'm gonna be looking at his ass.
Well, with the quarterbacks we have in the AFC, I don't think we're even.
I'm gonna be looking at your ass sideways when we hold up that trophy. That's all I'm saying.
Man,
with the quarterbacks we have in the AFC, I don't think we even make the playoffs.
He don't go. He can't touch them. Simple as that. He can't touch them.
Charlotte, my mental health is more important than this. Crypto, y'all be good, man. Hey, Shake Money, be safe. Fred, I'm gonna holler at you, brother.
Appreciate you, Big Nick. Keep up the good work.
We got you, man.
What I'm talking about.
We got you, Nick.
The fucking NFL and
we hear you, man. we got you, Nick. We got you, man.
Okay.
Keep it going, man, on them streets. God.
Big Nick's smart. He's about the mental health thing. Sometimes you got to get away. Y'all were making me want to get away a minute ago. Jesus.
Oh, man.
I'm trying to move beyond that stuff.
It's a record
now,
player. It's an old. It's
I
not
know
even
y'all
a
don't hate
player.
me.
It's an 8-track.
But you do aggravate the piss out of me sometimes. So I gotta go take a toke, man.
And I was watching a video break. It wasn't just TD. I was watching another Dolphins channel that interviewed a guy from the 49ers, and he was talking about Tua and Brock Purdy. They were talking about both Brock Purdy and Tua, and they say, I think these type of quarterbacks limit what they can actually do, and like these, I think they're stuck with these quarterbacks because, to be honest, I think that they were saying that those quarterbacks actually limit the system, kind of. Brock Purdy and Tua, they would benefit with a bigger, stronger arm quarterback and stuff like that. Like that's why Shanahan and McDaniel are struggling with their opening up their playbook because they can't really open it up because there's
But do you
limitations
think
with their
that's
quarterback.
okay? And I think a lot of what people want to ask or trying to get an answer from you on, Anthony, is why you think that couldn't change. And pick either quarterback. Take it off Tua if you want. Talk about Brock Purdy. What makes you think that can't improve or change? And I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying what is your reasoning for thinking it won't? And I think that because that's where most people, I think that's where the disagreement with other people is.
The limitations of their physical talent. It's more about the physical talent of that type of quarterback. I'm just talking about their style of quarterback. I'm not talking about them specifically. I think the limitations of those accurate quarterbacks that don't really have a strong arm, there's a limitation on what you can do with them in that type of playbook and stuff like that.
Anthony, I think the easier way to say it is that the type of quarterback or the specific scheme that the quarterback is put into is so specific that there's not a really good way to adapt when needed. So I think that is the problem with the 49ers. Though they're very good during the season and even into the playoffs, they can't get the job done because they get figured out by the end and they don't have any ability to adapt. That's my worrisome with our situation, though I do think that our offense is too talented to have to worry about adapting.
Okay.
But here I wanted something. I just came up for one reason and one reason only. And I know Big Nick is not here right now because he left as I was coming up. Did Big Nick say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, did Big Nick say if Miami wins the Lombardi Trophy, he's going to look at Anthony sideways? Did he say that?
I don't know.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he was. That's what he was getting at.
Yes, he did say that, and I'm going to tell you straight up. That is hold on, because I'm when I see this, I'm going to call it out. I'm sorry, but that is the problem with our fan base. Anthony is a fan that has concerns based on his knowledge of football. Just because he disagrees with your take on why the player is going to get us the Lombardi or whatever the take may be, doesn't mean you have to look at him sideways. If we win the Super Bowl, right, and when that happens, why can't we just rejoice and you can say to him, hey, man, I told you so. Give me a hug, man. We just won the Super Bowl. Why do you have to look at him sideways? Please answer me that. Why do we have to?
Right. Because, and I say it with my chest again, shit, I'm gonna look at a lot of motherfuckers sideways when we win because I know what I mean when I say that. I know what I mean when I say that. Certain things you have a choice to be negative or positive. We don't know the outcome or anything until it happens. So you have a choice. You have a choice to be negative or positive. And I mean that from the people.
Go ahead. I want to hear you.
If I perceive you are purposely being negative, right? When you are purposely being negative, and then we hold up that trophy, and you one of the motherfuckers that say I knew it all along, I'm gonna look at you sideways.
But how is Anthony being purposefully negative, though?
Say what?
I don't think he's purposely being negative. He has actual concerns. It's not like he's. Hold on. Before you say anything, Big Nick, hold on 1 second. Just to be clear, Anthony isn't up here blowing smoke over his ass, right? With these crazy, outlandish takes. That's not what Anthony does. Anthony is giving you specific reasons on why he disagrees with our teams, where we're with our direction, with our quarterback, whatever it may be.
It's unfair. I think it's unfair, and I challenged him on. I gave him as to reasons why, in particular, I believe his assessment is unfair, and I think it's one-sided and it's only targeted at one person, and I think that's unfair. I don't care if he's coming from a place where he feels is being honest. I'm telling him without considering all variables, your assessment is unfair.
But Big Nick, as a football fan, don't we always, in general, put the pressure, the most pressure on the quarterback instead of the other positions? That's why I'm putting the pressure on the
If all things are equal, absolutely. If all things are equal. But when all things aren't equal, then you got to understand, goddamn, this man ain't a miracle worker.
All right,
I watched 17
in
years.
fairness,
I watched for 17 years. The only person in this planet that I will meet before I meet Barack Obama name is Daniel Constantine Marino. And I watched for 17 years, hoping, wishing, and praying that we'll get back to the Super Bowl. It never happened. He wasn't a miracle worker. If Oliver Dottie and Shula could make it,
so to be fair,
that was Abadali's
so
fault.
to be fair, if Tua disappoints us all again, would it be fair for Anthony to look at other people sideways for advocating wasting more of our time?
Or would it be fair if he was to factor in all variables and then come to that conclusion? Absolutely.
Okay.
But if you're not willing to factor in, if you're willing to,
you're being fair with that answer, bro.
Color, if you're sitting up here willing to dismiss a team in a playoff run, trying to get to where they want to be, if you're willing to dismiss that team had 11 freaking starters out at one game at one point of the season, if you're willing to dismiss that, then I can look at you sideways when you give me your assessment.
Dismiss that, Big Nick. Come on,
well,
man.
then that's what I said. I'm looking at a lot of people sideways.
I'm looking at
There's
all the variables.
put the injury thing out of their mind and say no go. You know what I mean?
I just think that if we actually go out and win the Super Bowl this season, like you're saying, Big Nick, I just think that let bygones be bygones and let's rejoice and have fun and actually be happy for once rather than fighting amongst each other and looking at each other.
Ali, that goes for everybody. Hold on. I will say this. And that goes for everybody except these people that go around posting pictures of Tua in his worst moments, if you know what I mean.
Hey, look.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that.
Y'all can party how y'all party, but me, I keep trying to tell y'all, and I mean this, and I stand on business on this. It's family, country, Dolphins, period.
I got you.
Yeah.
For me, I just want.
In that case, Anthony, let him look at you sideways. Big Nick ain't no scary person, bro. He's a big old.
For me, Big Nick. Hold on, real quick, Color. Hold on. For me, I really want to just bring the community together rather than, look at just create more divisions. I hate that. I hate the divisions. I hate the fact that I have to, feel like I'm afraid to walk around among Dolphin fans.
Look, I'm saying? Right. I'm just saying in a quasi joking manner. I want Big Nick to be looking at me sideways because that means we're winning. You know what I mean?
For me, the reason I'm looking at all factors too, Color. What my factors I'm looking at is the price tag these quarterbacks are getting. That's why I'm putting so much pressure on our young quarterbacks.
You don't think this is a fair statement from me, knowing how I feel about the Dolphins and knowing how I feel about.
I know you love the Dolphins. I'm not disputing that at all.
Wait. I'm going to make a statement, right? And I just want to ask you. I just want to ask you: do you think it's a fair statement? I think there's a certain people of individuals, and I'm going to go as far as to include Tony in this. I think Tony will get more satisfaction from proving that Tua is a bust than watching the Miami Dolphins win a Super Bowl.
Now, when you're referencing Tony, you're talking about Anthony, right? Is who you're referencing?
Correct.
Yeah, Anthony.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I stand on that.
Why you say that?
I would disagree with you about Tony. I've known Tony long enough.
I wouldn't say that about Tony.
Yeah, I agree with other people, but for Tony, no, I don't.
No, Tony's not that kind of person.
Because
I understand why you have vibe, Big Nick. I understand why you give you that vibe. I want to be fair.
Anthony could have easily came up here and said, even with the collapse, even with the injuries that we suffered this year, Tua pull up some hell of a numbers. He played all 17 games. He was a Pro Bowler. He could have easily said that, but no, he never says anything like that. So I stand on that.
Because that's a given. That's why
the reason why I'm so hesitant to be behind a quarterback, in my honest opinion, Nick. Full tilt, because you guys actually you Color and Crypto and the old and Shake probably seen more success than I have at quarterback. I had to deal with Jay Fiedler, Sage Rosenfeld, like these trash.
Hey, I like Jay Fiedler.
He was the last guy we had won a playoff game in.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You guys, I had to deal with mediocre quarterback play most of my time as a Dolphins fan. That's why I'm trying not to put my faith into so full tilt right now, because I don't want him to disappoint me.
Neither one of them mediocre quarterbacks that you dealt with came close to time to holding to his job. Not even close.
I'm not saying they're at the same level, but what I'm saying, I'm trying not to put my faith right away in this kid.
I wouldn't even mention those guys. Me personally, I wouldn't even mention them talking about Tua. That's just me. Like, for what? The fuck I'm gonna mention Cleo Lemon for?
You don't have to. You can mention the most successful guy, and that will be Jay Fiedler because he won a playoff game.
I'm gonna be fair to you and say that I understand why Tony might give that vibe off to you, bro. I'm just saying, I know Tony. I've been around Tony a little longer and kind of think of him deeper than that. You know what I mean? Maybe he don't bring it that way like you're saying. Maybe he don't bring it the way like you're saying. But in Tony's case, I just think it's a vibe you're getting, bro. And it's a fair vibe. I understand why you think that way.
I'll give it to you, Big Nick. I do think it is a fair vibe. However, he's not doing it to be malicious. He's doing it because he has questions. Well, okay, I'm just when you. That's fair.
You didn't say that, Big Nate. We're just vouching for him. That's all we're doing.
Like, Big, hold on for me 1 second. To be fair to you, right? When you say you're looking at somebody sideways, I take that as a negative thing. And for me, when you say that about Anthony, I'm just vouching for Anthony because I don't think Anthony is one of these people that know they're wrong and they're just saying stuff just to be malicious or just to blow crap and waste people's times. And I'll give a perfect example, Pete. No offense if you guys are fans of Pete. I personally don't. I think his takes are just crazy because he likes chaos. That's just my opinion, right? And he might not. Maybe that's what he really thinks. And that's fair to him. But that's just my opinion. And I don't think Anthony is one of those type of people. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think with Pete, both could be true. I think
we can all agree. But I'm mature enough and I am responsible within my fandom to understand that Tua has not gotten us to the place where we would love to be at and we want to be at. He has not gotten to that point yet. However, I am also able to recognize that since this man has been a starter in the NFL, there hasn't been a season when he hasn't finished the top 5 in some category in quarterbacking. I am also willing to acknowledge some of the excellent things that he's done while not getting us to the promised land. If you're not going to be willing to mention any of that and just go straight to he ain't won the playoff game, he sucks, I'm not willing to compromise with you.
Yeah, no, I acknowledge that he's done well, but to me, when I look at that, look at who he's done well against.
You know what I'm saying? Goddamn, he's done well against other people who wasn't getting paid, right? Like they weren't trying to make a living for their family, their career. They weren't trying to get another contract. They were just out there for free from the YMCA. I hate that argument. Look at who's played, man. Please, those guys get paid too.
Well, and to be fair,
but nobody gives them credit. They only give them that credit though when it's convenient, though, Nick. About those teams, those so-called bad teams.
That's true.
They don't say that.
True. However, that's true. However, if that was let's say if that was an axiom, then we would have beat the Titans.
Yeah.
I mean, the loss to the Titans literally shows that that's not an axiom. It's not just bad teams that we can beat or that he performs well against. So far, that seems to be all it's been. But that doesn't mean that's not prescriptive or proscriptive of the future. It's not predictive of the future.
Yeah, can you explain to me his
that would have been
the stat of him being under 500 against playoff teams who have
again. Those are okay. You're also talking about. Listen to what we're talking about, Anthony. When we say he's had a hard time again, and I'm just going to say it colloquially. He's had a hard time against the quote-unquote good teams. Well, yeah, they're good teams.
Let me tell you a stat that I don't care how I don't care how anybody feels
play another 100 good teams and see where he's at relative to
also certain stretches of the season.
Hold up, Color.
Has something to do with the team.
In crypto, I know 100% you're going to agree with me.
right, with this, because we've talked about this before and we've agreed on this before. And I don't care what anybody say about this particular stat. I think is a very, very, very impressive stat. That I believe in 2021, his first full year as a starter, this man led the NFL in contested catch percentage. See, Anthony, you can bring that type of shit up too, if you even know about it. To me, that's a big deal because I played quarterback and I know how hard it is to do that type of shit. That's amazing to me, and I'm gonna always remember that and understand the skill level and the skill set in doing that. I don't care how anybody feel about that stat. I like it, and I think you do too, Crypto.
Yeah, I remember that
Big
stat. Yeah, I
Nick,
know
it's
about
kind
it.
of like why I
Yeah,
have
I
a
know.
special place in my heart for River Craycraft because I know he keeps his eyes on the ball. You know what I mean?
Can I bring a different perspective to this? Personally,
Yeah, I think it was like
personally, I
1 yard
think the
separation.
Crypto, personally, I think the stat that people throw up about, oh, what's his win percentage against playoff teams? I think that's bullshit because if you look at a guy who's considered to be one of the superstars of this league, Lamar Jackson, up until last year, he couldn't beat the Browns or the Steelers. And those teams aren't good teams. Those teams
but
are not
on the
good teams
other
at all.
token,
So,
but on the other token, he has a weird knack for beating NFC teams. You know what I mean?
yes. So, so for me,
it's all relative.
He lost one in his whole career.
when people
Yeah.
bring up those stats about, hold on, caller, because I just want to land real quick. I just want to land real quick. When they bring up stats about, oh, well, he can't beat playoff teams or he can't beat the good teams or whatever, I throw that shit out the window because to be 100% honest, even the best of the best that you're telling me that he's being compared to, they can't beat certain teams either. And specifically the fact that you can't beat the Browns or the Steelers or haven't been able to consistently, that's a big stat if you really want to hold that up to anything. But I don't hold that up to anything.
And here's the thing, Anthony, when you look at it purely statistically, like with probabilities and all that, nothing goes up in a straight line or down in a straight line. So what I'm saying is the reason I correlated it to Lamar Jackson having quite a good record against NFC teams is that it's every bit as likely that we see Lamar Jackson go on a losing streak against NFC teams now as a form of regression to the mean as we do Tua starting to beat good teams as a form of regression to the mean. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Ali, you brought him up losing against division rivals. Don't you think that's you take that into account too, that
sure
division rivalry games are going to
like
be
the
a
last
lot
2
harder
seasons,
to win?
Yeah, you're gonna most likely lose to a division.
But we've swept the Patriots.
Did you take that? But if you're looking at it, if you hold on. Yes,
we lost you,
Ali. So that's.
So
can you hear me now?
You're kind of in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Kind of.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I'm just saying is
the spirits have got you, Ali. The spirits have got you.
That's a Jersey Bull.
Both
the internet monsters got him.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys realize that the last 5 Super Bowls have been won by Hall of Fame quarterbacks, right?
Probably, yeah. But you get where I'm coming at, Tony, right? I mean, this is the reason that I'm not necessarily like I'm with you on the whole I'm not convinced thing. And look, if it was my decision to make, which it's not, I'd be making Tua play on the 5th year. But that is regardless of whether I think that with that next chance, that look, our schedule is so strong this year that it is either going to happen or it's not. There is not going to be this discussion of whether we played good or bad teams or whether Tua beat good or bad teams. If we're getting any wins this year, it's likely to be against quote unquote the good teams. Our schedule.
Now watch how this is easy. Color. Watch this color, right? And I want to show the difference between you and Anthony, even though I vehemently disagree with both of you guys. But I still want to show some distinction between you two. You just said that you're not absolutely convinced. However, are you willing and can you and have you made an argument as to why he is the guy?
Well, yes, because I've also said, Big Nick, that while I'm
stop
not
right there.
convinced
Full
he
stop.
is-
Full stop.
Hold on.
Full
No,
stop.
full stop.
You said
bro.
yes.
Okay, but let me.
You
real
said
quick
yes.
with a
That's
full
all I
stop.
need.
While I've,
I don't.
while, well, hold on. Well, while I've always maintained that I'm not convinced that he is, I've also explicitly said that I'm not convinced he isn't.
So the difference between you and Anthony is convinced, and he's not willing to concede any positive accolades toward Tua.
I think he would be if I worked on him long enough, bro, because I just never done that because, you know, Anthony's respectful enough to not like make me have to go in circles for 3 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the argument
on his own.
and the argument that you can make that say that Tua is the guy, right? Because you can make an argument.
Oh,
I'm
I
sure
could absolutely. Actually, I could. I've fashioned myself as somebody that can make that argument better than.
You factor in all of the
Big
great
Nick,
shit.
Big Nick, I fashioned
so far.
myself as somebody that can make that argument better than most two-and-ears. Yeah.
No, you couldn't make it better. I'm not a two.
Maybe not better than you. Maybe not better than you. But better
Color's
than
saying it
two-and-ears.
because, Color's coming from the standpoint that most two-and-ears are disingenuous when they're making their arguments.
I can
see, Nick, I can have a rational conversation with you.
Better than two-and-ears can, man.
Okay, but see, and then again, there you go again. You're trying to tell me that you can have a rational conversation with me, but guess what? I can't have a rational conversation with Fred.
Well, I can't help.
I can't have a rational conversation with Pete. I can't have one with Pete. I can't do it.
Is that the part you're holding?
CTRR, whatever the hell his name is. I can't have
you had one the other day with him, Nick.
Nick, I can't with Pete either. That's why we butted heads a few months ago at a personal level because
that's why you have spectrum levels, right? That's why you have spectrum levels. You have the very top spectrum, you have the very bottom spectrum. So it's not fair to just always say two and nears because you got some never tools out there.
Right, but all I'm saying is I can make an argument for Tua better than a lot of these Tua sycophants, if I were to call them that, to separate them from your average two-and-ear.
Ali, why is it
Lewis
okay for me to
looks
say?
like Lewis is trying to get in here, man.
Ali, here's hypocrisy. Why is it not okay for me to say I'm going to look at people sideways, but people can come up here and call people Tua sycophants?
Yeah, and that's kind of where I wanted to jump in.
Wait a minute. There are, if you're going to say there's Tua haters exist, then I would have, you can't disagree that there are Tua sycophants.
But then you can't disagree that I can look at people sideways.
I didn't say you were a Tua sycophant.
I'm a Dolphin sycophant.
I know, so am I. Ain't nothing wrong with sycophancy if you really believe. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, but the problem is that anybody that says anything positive about Tua is a two-and-near. Because I've been called a two-and-near, but I'm not a two-and-near. I'm the farthest
100 right there.
I'm the farthest from a two-and-near. But see, the problem is,
Lewis, that's what you call hijacking the term. That's what they're doing.
Call it, well, you can call it what you want. The problem is, again, see, we always talk about like the two-and-nears, right? But why is it if I come out and I say something positive, I get lumped into what Color's point is, the two-and-nears or the Tua sycophant? No, I just see the progression that a kid is making. But even me just coming out and praising or giving a kid an accolade for what we're seeing he's doing better, I get labeled something I'm not, and then I have to sit and defend my point of just being a realist. Like, why does it have to be if you say anything about Tua in a positive way, right? Because we only talk about the Tua supporters and stuff, but the haters let me not even use the word.
Well, Lou, let me ask you this, Lou.
Some of the non-believers, though,
they're just hijacking the word and misappropriating. Like,
but again, crypto. But again, that's the point. You keep saying they're hijacking, but the haters do the exact same thing.
Absolutely.
They're using the word wrongly. They're wrong for doing that. They're the hijackers.
But again, we only talk about the two-and-nears. We don't talk about the other people. The same people that are complaining about what the two-and-nears do, they are the same people that are doing it on the exact same thing.
Hey, but Lou, when you criticize
I just called those people out. And I just called those people out 20 minutes ago.
But hold on, you did it, because let me tell you why.
Hold on. Hold on.
Get in.
Let me finish. I just called those people out 20 minutes ago by telling you that it was disgusting that people post pictures of Tua in his worst moments.
Yeah, I hear that. But at the same time, when people call out the hate,
virtue. Are you saying I'm just virtue signaling by saying that?
What I'm saying is when people call out the hate of people that hate Tua, when people call out the hate, the first thing a lot of people say is, well, they're entitled to their own opinion. Why can't they have that opinion? That's what they want to say. Why is that? They get a pass.
Show me the meme. You show me the meme. You show me the meme of the quote unquote Tua sycophant online right now that has holding a sign that says "I suck dick for clicks." You show me that meme.
See, and Lewis has been on panels where I've been attacked saying I don't know football when I criticize Tua.
No. They might not go so far colored to throw a meme, right? And I'm not going to call the man out by his name.
I'm saying you're right. They meme Tua.
I could care less what they do to Tua.
That's what the haters do. They meme Tua.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the point of when, let's say, a Tua near, right, will go at a Tua hater and say, "Oh, I wish you would die," right, or "You shouldn't live," right? We all agree that is wrong. Right? I'm locked in on. That is horrible. That is horrible to tell somebody. But I've also seen Tua haters, right, come out and tell people because they support Tua, well, you're not a real fan because this guy is never going to lead us to nowhere. And how could you root for this team and this mess? Because that's virtually the same thing. Like, you're telling me because of your hate for one person, for me to now turn on the logo. For me not to believe in the team because you don't believe in a certain individual. You got to call me and tell me that I'm wrong.
I would say it's wrong.
Hey, Lou, let me do this thought experiment.
I would say that there are no more excuses for saying that. Hold on. I'll give you the floor just a sec, Big Nick. I'm just saying there's no more excuse for them saying that kind of thing, Lewis, is the Tua lover saying the same thing. I agree with you there. I'm just wondering who's and if you show me a guy like who I know the few people that we're talking about here, we know the group of people we're talking about. And if you show me one of those guys that is wishing death on somebody, bro, I will call them the fuck out just the same as I did anybody else. And I promise you that. The Twitter algorithm just ain't putting that in front of my timeline, unfortunately.
Lou, let's do this thought experience real quick for Anthony. Let me show you, Anthony. So, Lewis, I'm going to ask you, if you was to make a case for Tua not being a quarterback, will you still factor in all of the good shit that he's accomplished into your decision, even though your decision is going to be that he's not a franchise quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to, Nick.
And that's what Anthony is not doing. He's only pointing out that it was a late season collapse because of the quarterback.
I bring up I simply don't think that rises to the level of memeing Tua.
I would see. I agree with that. For me, it's the narratives that I don't understand, because if you're a 20-something-year-old man, right, or female, and you don't know the ins and outs of the team or been a fan as long as other people just because you weren't born in a certain era, right? But I'll give you a narrative that it just irks me every time I hear it. Well, Tua can't win the cold weather game. Okay, cool. What are the reasons behind that? Now, here comes the narrative. It's because Tua has a weak arm. Tua can't throw the ball in when it's windy, and he can't. Okay, fine. But now if I counter that, now what I'm about to say will make me sound like a hater, but I'm just using a point to counter what you're saying. Because I'm old enough to remember my favorite football player ever. He just happened to don a Dolphin uniform. That's Dan Marino.
Couldn't win in the cold.
I watched Dan Marino throw the ball 70, 75 yards on a fucking rope. He didn't have no problems throwing the ball through the wind. He wasn't winning in cold weather.
He wasn't
Not
winning
at
in
least
Buffalo.
consistently.
Damn, so it wasn't.
Well, again, see, Crypto, this is what I'm saying. Why do I even have to hear that, Crypto? The fact is Dan Marino. Well, again, never mind. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do it where I can't even finish my
saying
point.
he couldn't do it. I just said
You're
at
right.
least consistently.
Right.
What's wrong with saying consistently?
Please let Lewis finish.
No, there's no point. Crypto, you're right. This is right here, but this is the perfect example, color right here. And I love Crypto, but Crypto couldn't even let a man finish because he is so in his feelings, he don't even want to hear the point. He just heard that Marino.
I'm not in my feelings. Yeah, because you was using it as an absolute, as a cudgel to make a other point.
Crypto, all I'm saying is everybody tells me that Tua can't beat Buffalo and Tua can't play in the cold weather, and that's fine. I ain't going to have no argument. All I know...
I just don't want the false equivalency.
Crypto, can I finish my point, please?
Yes, you can, but don't use Marino as a false equivalency because he did win cold games.
Again, I can use whatever I want. Now, can I finish my point?
Sure, you can.
Thank you. When I watched Dan Marino, Buffalo, and Marino was the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, Buffalo went to 4 goddamn Super Bowls in a row. We played them people twice, I think, or 3 times out of those 4 years. We weren't in the Super Bowl. That means Dan Marino lost to that same Bills team that we're still getting our ass whooped today. It has nothing to do about arm strength. It has nothing to do about the size. It has nothing to do about nothing. It's about, on that given Sunday, the Miami Dolphins are not beating Buffalo. So the narrative is that we can't beat them now because Tua has a weak arm. Well, why the fuck were we not beating them with Dan Marino? Because Marino had a strong fucking arm. You see what I'm saying?
Buffalo had a Hall of Fame team, though.
We had, and the fact that we did beat Buffalo in the playoffs.
I'm just bullshitting. I'm just bullshitting. But they did have a Hall of Fame team, but that ain't no reason, though, because I still want to kick their ass.
I'm just saying, it's always it's nonsense, though, bro. If we can't beat them, we can't beat them. And has Tua played well against them? No, right? But to Nick's point, 2 years ago, it was cold when we went into Buffalo. Tua had 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, really efficient game. We lost. Was that Tua's fault? Was it not cold in Buffalo that night? Like, what are we talking about? You like you told me, Crypto, well, Dan Marino did it. Well, I watched Tua do it.
Lewis, agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? That Buffalo shit is over with the Dolphins.
Well, I agree there. I think this is Miami's year. But I'm just saying, bro, like, and me and Color talk about this all the time. It's when you're having a debate and someone says something so outrageous, so stupid, right, that it basically kills the debate. Like, if we're having a debate about a cold weather game or Buffalo or whatever, and your argument is, well, we're not going to win because Tua is too small. What am I supposed to do with that? If you tell me
it's a filibuster. That's why I think it's called, Lewis, a filibuster. It's when somebody is just doing something to waste time, and it really doesn't get us anywhere.
Absolutely, Ali. Like, oh, well, why can't we beat Buffalo? Well, because Tua don't have a strong arm. Really? Like, where does the conversation go from there? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? No, I cannot I can't wake up tomorrow and give Tua Dan Marino's arm. But that, in my opinion, all I'm saying is the reason we're losing to Buffalo is not because Tua's arm. That is such a weak fucking argument. Is all I'm saying, and this is what we've been fighting about. We talk about these conversations, right? Well, we've been having the same conversations for 3 years. Yeah, you know what other fucking conversation we've been having for 3 years? Tua's fucking arm. It's not going to change. But we still talk about it. But no one cares about those conversations. We just care about what the Tuaneers are saying. Like, what are we talking about, man? All I'm saying is that I've been saying it for 3 fucking years now. Let's be consistent for Tua, for McDaniel, for Brian Flores, for Chris Greer, for Aaron Rodgers, for Josh Allen, for Lamar Jackson, for everybody. But it's like we create narratives for Tua and the Dolphins, but those same problems we'll see arise in Buffalo. We'll see it arise in New York. We'll see it arise with the Chargers. But we give them passes. We'll make excuses for them.
I just think the haters are just as loud as the two in ears, but the haters get a pass.
I just don't get
I
it,
think
man.
both sides are ostracized equally.
I try to keep the same energy for everybody. Is what all I'm saying. Keep the same energy for everybody.
That's why I'm saying the motherfucker won't give me the opportunity to defend Nick Needham. I'm always spending my time defending Tua. Shit. So let me show you that I'm gonna need a new tool, whatever you call that shit. I'm gonna need an arm or whatever. A Needham head. Let me prove to you I am.
Lewis, I have a question for you.
What's good, Anthony?
Would you agree that I'm not like? Do you think the limitations of the quarterback can affect the team? I'm not just bringing up Tua. I'm just bringing up that style quarterback. The limitations of that style quarterback, could that hurt the team in certain types of weather?
No. Why? Like what? Why?
Physical limitations. I'm talking about physical limitations, not the mental aspect, but the physical.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you like Lamar Jackson's playing style?
Not so much.
No, now because you know what's coming. Now you don't like the Lamar Jackson playing style because
what about Josh Allen?
This is well, we don't even have
Lamar's
to go to Josh
better
Allen.
than Josh Allen.
I'm just saying again. Forget about who's better or not. Just can I answer Tony's question by showing him an example? We lost to Kansas City this year on the road with minus 26-degree weather, one of the coldest games in NFL history. The Dolphins and Tua, now listen to me, and Tua did not play well in that game. Now, they were on the road to the eventual Super Bowl champions. They scored 7, Anthony, right? Now, I'll ask you this, Anthony. Is Lamar Jackson in your opinion, because I know you think Tua is limited, and I'm not here to change your opinion. You would say that from a limitation standpoint, Tua has more limitations than Lamar. Am I correct?
No.
You think Lamar has more limitations than Tua? Is what I'm asking you?
No. They have about the same limitations, but Lamar covers it up with his athleticism.
Okay, perfect.
So Tua's going to live as a two-time MVP.
No. Hold on, Nick, because this is where we get them. So Tua is more limited. That's fine, Anthony, right? So I just told you the game we lost where Tua didn't play well, right? We scored 7. Now Lamar Jackson with a way healthier team, right? At home against that same Kansas City team with all that athleticism that you said Lamar Jackson has, Anthony, he scored 3 more points than Tua Tagovailoa's led Miami Dolphins because he scored 10.
Yeah.
Did it hurt? Did it hurt the Ravens? Did Lamar Jackson change from the week before when he bludgeoned the Houston Texans? Was it a different Lamar that showed up against Kansas City? No. It's just on any given Sunday, shit can happen. And Lamar Jackson and the Ravens on that Sunday did not play well. But that's not saying that Lamar Jackson's not great. And all I'm saying is, yes, Buffalo, Tua didn't play well week 18 against Buffalo. Week 15 or 16, whatever it was against Tennessee, Tua did not play well. But to Nick's point, and I can't believe I'm agreeing with Nick, that doesn't take away what Tua did the rest of the season, where he was playing at an MVP level. Shit happens. That doesn't mean that, oh my God, he's just trash. Oh my God, he can't play.
I'm not saying he's trash.
I'm not saying you are, Anthony. I'm just saying in the bigger picture, I'm just trying to give you the landscape. Like, this is what people say. Well, Tua can't do this. And to Nick's point, they'll forget about the first 11, 12 weeks when he's balling because of that one game in Tennessee. Instead of saying, hey, Tua has been playing great, but now at Tennessee, man, he didn't play well. Like I do. I don't know why it's so hard for people to be like that. You can criticize Tua when it's warranted, but this narrative that he's just trash and we're never going to win. And do you want me to believe that Trent Dilfer is better than Tua Tagovailoa? Because he's not.
They're not.
But Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Jeff Hostetler Jeff Hostetler in 1990 beat that same Buffalo Bill team that beat us.
And Lewis, could I say something?
Hostetler, fuck all that, Anthony. Jeff Hostetler led the Giants to a Super Bowl victory. Is Jeff Hostetler better than Tua?
No. Would you say Eli and Tua are the same?
But motherfuckers want to tell me, Anthony, that we'll never win with Tua. But my eyes have showed me, Anthony, that teams have won with Trent Dilfer. Teams have won with Jeff Hostetler, but we can't win with Tua.
And another example, more current, a guy like Eli Manning.
Perfect example. Eli Manning beat the team that was 18-0 going into that Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, and Lewis, the reason why I've always said the reason why I'm hesitant for me as a fan is I'm dealing with you guys have seen successful quarterback play more than I have and stuff like that in terms of the Dolphins fandom and stuff like that with guys like Marino and the guy who was before him and stuff like that. I haven't. I've seen I really want to put my faith in Tua, but the previous quarterback performances have hurt me to the point where I can't. I don't want to put my faith in the kid right away. That's what I'm trying to say. I want to, but I can't.
And what I'm saying, Anthony, right? And what I'm saying, and keep that comment up there, whoever put it up there. Black Sheep. What are Tua's accomplishments? He's a quarterback in the fucking NFL. And there's only 32 of those motherfucking jobs. And I know that I come on these spaces on Twitter and YouTube channels. I ain't got one of those jobs. I don't think Nick has one of those jobs. I know Color played wide receiver. I don't think Color played in the fucking league. That's his accomplishment. The motherfucker has made it to a position in the league where they only hand out 32 of those jobs. And he has one of them. Now, what the fuck do you have, Black Sheep? Your fingers in this fucking chat tweeting about another man's accomplishments? What the fuck have you done? You see what I'm saying? But it's ridiculous. This is the shit we got to fight over. Whatever his accomplishment. What are you talking about? The man has been in the conversation. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's fine. But I don't create the stories on ESPN. I don't create the stories on Fox. And people were talking about Tua being in the MVP conversation. That's an accomplishment, right? To have your name as an MVP candidate of the league, is that not an accomplishment?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to use the quarterback I've been talking about that we should have drafted. He hasn't accomplished anything. I admit Justin Herbert has the stats, but he doesn't really have the accomplishments to justify my faith in him. So I agree that Justin Herbert is in the same situation as Tua. He hasn't won a playoff game and stuff like that. So
who has more wins in the NFL, Justin Herbert or Tua?
They're about the same, I think.
Tua has more wins, man.
Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? Check one. Check two. Microphone check.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. I'm just so tired of these fucking conversations. It's every time, every panel, every show, every Twitter space, every Sunday. It's Tua. Okay, cool. I just wish we could talk about everybody else on this team, because everybody else is the people that y'all tell me are the reason the Miami Dolphins are good. Tyreek is the reason we're good. Waddle is the reason we're good. A-Chain, the defense, the coordinators, this and that. But all of a sudden, when all those people that make the Miami Dolphins great, those are the people you don't want to talk about. You want to talk about the guy in Tua.
By the way,
Lewis, we just had a 2-hour argument over Tyreek Hill and Waddle's numbers.
Again, I wasn't
Where
up
was
here
you
for that
at?
crypto. I wasn't up here. I don't know nothing about that. I wasn't listening.
Hey, listen, real quick.
I got here late.
Listen,
Yeah, it was
Justin
literally a
Herbert.
full-blown argument about Tua. I mean, the wide receiver position.
I was gonna say
Hill
Justin
versus
Herbert.
Waddle.
Justin Herbert is 30 and 32. Tua is 34 and 19. So
That it was like 2 games. I think it was like 2 games, like you said.
no, 4 games, with 4 wins. He has 4 more wins.
It's crazy. One, and a guy, and again, I know we troll, we go back and forth. KP knows I shouldn't have to say this. I absolutely love KP. But look at KP in the chat. Lewis, your comparison to Dan Marino is disingenuous. How? How is it then you're going to come in and tell me, well, with Marino, I felt like I had a chance. Okay, cool. Did we win?
And some of the, I mean,
it would be disingenuous only
they
if we're comparing 0 wins versus
look, I'll
0
say
wins.
this. I'll say this at the very least, if I were to steel man the position, is that we were certainly never embarrassed.
Lewis, hold on, Lewis. Lewis, you can hear me, right?
It will be slightly that way if it's 0 wins versus 0 wins comparison.
Yeah, if we're just strictly talking about wins, then there's no argument with you, Lewis. You know
Lewis.
No. I'm talking about they went to 4 straight Super Bowls. Were they in our division? Did we have to play them twice a year?
And again, I can't disagree with that.
Yes,
if you're strictly talking about
we weren't getting swept by them every season either.
Again, that's a cool story. I don't know about getting swept or not. We played them twice because they were in our division, right? And for 3 out of those 4 years, I believe in the Super Bowl, I believe we played them. I know at least twice we played them in the playoffs.
Yeah, one of the times we played in our building.
Here's the thing. I could also
we
played them in our building.
But here's the thing, Lewis. Here's the thing, Lewis. If I were to, I could also help steelman your point in the respect that, look, no matter what conditions Dan Marino played under, he never played under historically cold conditions in the league.
No, he didn't.
I know that the Chiefs had to play under. I know the Chiefs had to play in that too. But let's not act like there ain't a difference between 53 guys that live in that shit and have to fucking deal with it to go out to their car.
They don't live in it year round.
You know what I mean? As opposed to guys that were just living in 70-degree weather. You know what I mean?
1,000% Color. I agree with you. But you see what you just said, Color? And this is where I agree with you. It's 53 man. When we talk about Miami, we don't talk about 53 men. We talk about one man.
That's why it was. That's why.
That's wrong because I don't want to focus on 53 man roster. Because y'all the ones saying we had the greatest roster in the history of civilization, and I keep bringing it back to the 53 man roster and not giving the injury excuses.
I'm saying, but that was again. That was why it steel mans your position. You see what I'm saying, Lewis? Like. Right, in that respect, that Dan Marino never had, like, nobody other than Patrick Mahomes and Tua have faced that kind of cold in recent history.
Other than the other 2 teams that it was colder than that.
When was it though, Crypto? I'm misinformed in this. When was that game?
No, that was the third coldest game. Our game was the third coldest.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick.
The Ice Bowl.
Here's the thing about the anomaly about that cold weather game. See, look, when teams come to Miami and play in the 100-degree, the 90-degree weather, it's like that. I would say 3 months out of the year. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get 90, but that below zero. That doesn't happen every single day. That zero,
right?
You know
Those are like, they're not
anomalies. So at the end of the day, our heat advantage happens all the time where we could practice in it. But
1,000%.
Not only that, but here's the thing y'all are forgetting. Here's the thing y'all are hold on. Here's the thing y'all are forgetting. During training camp, it actually gets just as hot and humid in Missouri. I've lived there.
I was just using the Kansas City argument for an example.
Yeah, but come game time, Color's 20 degrees difference.
But Lewis, hold on a second, because I agree with you. I don't think it's disingenuous to use Marino as an example, because I made the argument that Lamar Jackson Just like Marino, who couldn't beat Buffalo in his time, Lamar Jackson, just until recently, this past year, was able to finally beat the Steelers or the Browns. So, and he's the MVP, and he's the MVP, bro.
And again, we got KP, and again, a guy I respect, right, in this community, and I call a friend. He's in the chat agreeing with a Bills fan. Sal has a comment in the chats, and Sal's comment is, Dan Marino played 18 playoff games. Tua's not going to get close to that. Well, again, that's an opinion. We don't know if he will, right? But let's say he doesn't. Okay, cool. You won that side of the argument. You're still not telling me, though, out of those 18 playoff games that Marino played in, right? He played in 18. He went to one Super Bowl. What happened to all the other years? Because when I see a stat that tells me that Dan Marino has 18 playoff games, me being a fan of this team, knowing that quarterback only went to one a Super Bowl, I could make the argument in the biggest games, when the game on the line and the pressure moments, Marino didn't deliver. I could make that argument off that dumb shit you said. Off of 18 playoff games, Marino has one Super Bowl appearance. Why didn't he close the deal? In those playoff wins, he had the strongest arm in the league at that time.
He's definitely not the reason we lost those games.
Again, see, but Tua is the reason we lose all the games. You see the hypocrisy? This is what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying he's the reason we lose all the games. 53 men on the roster.
Crypto, you're smart enough. And again, I'm going to say it just like a KP. I ain't got nothing but love and respect for you, Crypto. And I know you are smart. When the fuck did you hear me say that Marino was the sole reason we lost? I'm bringing that up to show the hypocrisy. When we lose, it's Tua's fault. But with Marino, it wasn't only his fault. Well, no shit. Just like it's not Tua's fucking fault, Crypto. And I'm not saying you say it, but you've been on these goddamn panels, Crypto, when other motherfuckers say it. It's all I'm fucking saying.
Lou, this guy, EM Dolphin fan is being fairly incendiary, I would say, Lewis. He's got your name next to a wastebasket, bro.
Yeah, EM is out there, isn't he?
I have no idea who that guy is anyway, so it don't matter.
Wow, actual wastebasket. Damn.
No, I think
that's a bit.
No, actually, no. Hold on.
Wow.
I think what he's trying to say is that Lewis recycles, and he's a good humanitarian.
Oh, just damn.
Or was he trying to say that's where Lewis puts all the charred remains of his cooking in there?
Or was EM Dolphin fan? Or he was EM Dolphin fan trying to say that that Lewis has had to repeat himself over and over and recycle his own takes, and it's getting hectic because he has to do it over and over and every time.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Again, KP, Lewis, you don't have to diminish Marino to uplift. I'm not diminishing Marino. Literally. The first words that came out of my mouth after Marino is he's my favorite fucking football player of all time. He's my favorite, my idol. I love Marino. But when you guys tell me that it's the quarterback's fault in every loss, and then I see in the chat, Marino had 18 playoff games. He had one Super Bowl. So what happened in those other games?
I think, okay, let me try to state what you're saying to see if I'm correct, Lewis.
It was a sad outcome.
Let me try to state what you're saying so we know if I have a correct understanding, okay? You're saying don't use words that we would not use to diminish Marino to diminish Tua.
Absolutely. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is diminishing Marino, but when y'all say the exact same thing about Tua, y'all not diminishing
Right,
Tua?
right. That's what I'm saying. You're saying don't use words and angles that we wouldn't use to diminish Marino to diminish Tua.
Absolutely, Color. Just call it fair, bro.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I had an understanding of what you were trying to say. And, that way, if somebody now disagrees, they'd have to have a rational reason for disagreeing because what you said is rational.
There is rational disagreement, though. It's factual. It's facts. You can get in your feelings if you want to. I don't care.
By the way, I think rational is synonymous with factual.
Well, in a way. What it really is,
they're like brothers. They're kind of like
brothers.
brothers.
Really is, Jake. What it really is it comes down to logic. If something is logically sound, it's said to be rational, even if it's wrong. You know what I mean? And something could be right, and somebody could state it in a totally illogical way, and they could say that that's an irrational opinion, even if the opinion is correct. You know what I mean?
But at the end of the day, rational is tied. Is kind of tied with it.
Yeah, because it's tied to logic, which is also tied to reality and fact. So yeah,
Color,
objectivity.
Color, let me ask you a question. When we've had these Marino talks, or Marino's name has got brought up, right? Have you heard, Color, in the 3 years, right, that we've all been doing this? Have you ever heard someone make the argument that at least with Marino we had a shot? Have you heard that?
Yeah, that was you.
Yeah, I think that most people would agree with that anyway.
That was you, Lewis, that said that.
It was me. I was the trick question, Shake. Thanks for pointing it out, right? But I've heard others, I've heard others say that as well.
That was like Zeph from Cochran.
and again, I've heard other people say it too, right? So I agree with that statement. But when I turn around, right, and I say, hey, I believe Miami is going to win this game. I believe we have a shot. People tell me I'm lying. And if I come out and I say, well, I believe that Tua is going to bowl out this game, they tell me why. What do you mean? It's my feeling. I feel like we have a shot. The same thing that y'all tell me about Marino. Yeah. We had a shot. But again, with Marino, everybody agrees. But if you say the same thing, again, you're just changing the name. You're taking out Marino, you're adding Tonga Bailoa. Now that difference is there. Why?
The only explanation would be the level of faith in the individual.
I think, to be honest with you, Lewis, I think both
that would be
actually be irrational opinions that are based on feelings.
That's all I'm saying, Color.
One's confidence level and one versus the other.
Yeah, one might have a higher confidence level in the other one, but both are technically irrational because, like, you know what I mean? Both could go out and break their leg the next game. You know what I mean?
All I'm saying is, if people tell me that we're not winning these big games because the quarterback folds, all I'm saying is, and again, label me a hater. I'm a Marino hater. Marino wasn't. He was folding in big games. If that's the logic, that the quarterback is the sole reason that in big games you either win or lose, and again, that's you guys' logic. And I'm not saying anybody on this panel. I'm not calling nobody out. If the shoe fits, wear it. If the logic is that it's a quarterback's job to win when the pressure arises at the biggest moments, the biggest games, Lewis is the biggest Marino hater walking the fucking face of this God's green earth because Marino folded in those games. We didn't win. What's the argument? What are you going to tell me?
Okay. So let me adjust the statement for myself. I would say that a big time quarterback, an elite quarterback, is what gives you a chance to win those games. Like when when things are stacked against you, whatever, that most people expect that your quarterback is the one that comes through and does something extra, let's say intangible. That's why it's an irrational opinion, by the way, for either to have, you know what I mean? Because we kind of, the thing is that, yeah, the teams that overcome have this quarterback that can do extra to give you a chance. And I think that that's maybe where some people looking back at Marino say, well, nobody ever would have thought for a second that we weren't eventually going to get it done. We were wrong. We were wrong. You know what I mean? Like, we never got it.
17 straight
years.
You know
what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you ask people right now, do you think Tua is going to get it done or not? The ones that say no, I would say maybe they're being irrational because there's no evidence either way. But the people that say yes are being irrational.
You cut off, Color.
Sorry. I was saying that in the case of the people saying that he can't get it done to it in regards to Tua, the ones saying he can't are being irrational because there's no evidence either way. The ones saying he can are being irrational because the evidence doesn't support that at this moment in time, other than statistically, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Either in this sense, it will be a waiting game like Marino. That will be
Of course,
equivalency,
and that's why
we have
it
to
might
wait
be fair for Lewis to
it will be a
say,
waiting game.
don't use things that you wouldn't use to disparage Marino to
Now-
disparage Tua just yet.
Now,
You know what I
now,
mean?
now, let me ask you a question. And people, do not Google it, right? And I know we're gonna have some cheaters, right? Don't Google it. Marino.
I'll use Bing then.
Absolutely, Shay. Use what you want.
There you
Right? Dan Marino played 18 career playoff games. You know how many interceptions Marino had in those 18 games?
A lot.
Let's take a guess.
That was his biggest knock. It's hard
it's
for
probably it's probably a 2-to-1 ratio.
I just know that was the biggest knock on him at the time, Lewis. So
damn near
kind of, you know what I mean? I'm with you.
Okay, now let's go to what Color said, right? That was Dan Marino's biggest knock. But I thought he all he did was perform great in those playoff games. If you're throwing now again in the playoffs, if you're throwing interceptions, is that good or bad?
Well, again, it would obviously it would depend on the circumstance.
And a vacuum, is bad if it's just you throwing it straight to the defensive back. Yeah, but you just making a blanket statement, blind statement. You don't know without going to analyzing.
Here's the part where I feel a little bit on with what KP's trying to say. There were seasons that we don't even win a game without Dan Marino. That we got to the playoffs and faced the Bills and lost, and we should have never even had a win that year without Dan Marino.
1,000%.
This is why I throw the regular season out.
Bias.
This is the
That's
reason
what
why
creates the bias.
The evaluation of any quarterback in the regular season is flawed.
Now again, you see, I'm trying to be rational and I'm trying to have a great conversation. I agree 1,000% with what Color said because I lived those same games, right? And I remember. Now we can only go by this season. I'm only going to use this season because Tua played all 17 games. So I'm only going to use this season. If I tell you, gentlemen, without Tua on the field for these 17 games in 2023, the Miami Dolphins don't win 11 games and they don't make the playoffs, would y'all agree with that?
In principle, but
it's a high probability.
We still have a winning season.
The answer, yes. As far as our probability of playoffs,
are we winning 11 games? And are we making the playoffs if Tua doesn't start a game for us this season?
Specifically, no.
So again, the narrative is we wouldn't have won a game without Dan Marino, and I completely agree.
I mean, a single game. Single game.
Well, again, I wouldn't go that far, but your premise is we weren't going to be as good as we were. That's what I agree with Dan Marino. Absolutely. And all I'm trying to tell people is with Skylar Thompson and Mike White, either one, take your pick. I'm giving you two options. Those two gentlemen with the same receivers, same running back, same head coach, we're not winning 11 games, and we're not making the playoffs with those two gentlemen. You know that. I know that. Everybody on this
not unless Mike McDaniel completely flips the script and do what Stefanski did in Cleveland.
You know what? Never mind. Y'all got it.
Look, again, specifically,
no, I'm just saying.
Like I said earlier,
not unless.
Hold on, I answered your question.
And y'all don't want to be fair.
But hold on, I am being fair.
I said no unless he does that.
But hold on,
what part you understand about it unless?
Specifically, as you wanted me to do, I answered it specifically no, because 11-6 and a playoff, probably not, but simply because everybody's different. Do I think we have a winning season and maybe fall into the playoffs? Yeah. But that's not specifically the scenario you laid out.
I'm in comparison to those old Dolphin teams when Color was like, we won't win a game because no defense in that Dolphins Dan Marino era is carrying us to a win. Our defense is way more comfortable to carry us to a lot of wins without Tua.
And that's not to say that our defense never.
But
that's not to say that our defense
defense was not carrying us to a win.
Because somebody's got to stop the bleeding for Marino to come back the way he used to. So our defense still kind of gave us opportunities back then. I'm not going to deny that. You know what I mean? But like there were seasons, bro, where you could argue 8 games of that season were literally won only because of Marino.
Yeah, you're talking about the pure WAR number.
I mean, when we had just like
WAR number will be
finished
higher.
rebuilding, like let's say in 90, we open up in Foxborough against the Patriots. We're down by like 20 points in the fourth quarter. Marino has thrown 4 interceptions to that point. And we win that game. We don't win that game without Dan Marino and what he did. That's to start that season. I think we went on a 6-game winning streak to open that season. You know what I mean?
11,
and that is absolutely spot on. Again, spot on. But listen to what you just said.
Well, I think I know what you're about to say, Lewis, and I brought it up earlier to help Big Nick's point about Tua ain't the only one that had to come back with 6 touchdowns against the Ravens and all that. You know what I mean?
No, no. I wasn't even going to bring up the Ravens again. I was just going to say what you said was week 1 in Patriots, we were down 20 in the fourth quarter. Then you proceeded to say Marino, 4 interceptions.
Well, yeah.
Now again, he was great. He
talking about the Urban Fryer game?
Hold on, Crypto. He was great. He had a comeback, right? Who had us in the position down by 20?
Again, if I were to go back to that game,
it's the quarterback.
Look,
just like it was in the
Baltimore I was
game,
keeping the same energy by saying the quarterback threw 4 interceptions. But if I were to go back to that game and look, I'm pretty sure it had a lot to do with what their defense was doing to our receivers. You know what I mean? I don't remember. I was being fair in putting the interceptions on the quarterback, so I'll agree with you.
It was similar to the Trevor Lawrence 4 interception game.
And again, that's fine, Crypto. Me and Color are having a great conversation because, God damn it, I could do this all day.
Well, that's because it's fair.
Because it's fair, Color, and that's what I was just about to say. Now, watch this.
It's good.
Color.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, what you just said, Color, was you would have to remember and go back and watch, but you made the argument of what that defense was doing to our wide receivers. I agree, 1,000%. Now, me, Color, everybody in the chat, Mountie, Crypto, Shake Money, all of us watched the playoffs game in Kansas City. What was their defense doing to our wide receivers?
They were punishing us.
What were they doing? Putting us in the dirt. Now again.
Knocking us off our.
Now again, we made the concession for Marino. But when we talk about that game, we talk about Tua folded. But we don't talk about Tyreek getting body slammed almost on every play by Ladarius Sneed, getting pushed to the ground, and that's our $30 million receiver. That's the most explosive guy in the league. The most guy.
Lost you, Lewis.
Yeah, you cut out.
I'm showing you on mute.
Yeah, he's still on mute.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know which Patriot game you was talking about, Color. I was
talking about in 90 to open the season. Irving Fryer.
Okay, you're not talking about the 94 game.
No, Fryer was still playing for them.
Did you say Irvin Figueroa?
Okay. Yeah, okay. So he wasn't with the because the one comeback we did, we had Irvin Fryer. I thought you were talking about
right. You're talking about.
Oh, said Irvin Fryer. I thought
that
you said Irvin Figueroa. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, you're talking about the year in that the game Dan Marino came back in after his injury.
Yeah, that was in '94, I believe.
'94.
Right.
I was in
Irving
the
Fryer
rec
was
room
still on the
in basic
Patriots
training.
side in the game I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
I
was at
remember
the
that
game.
series.
I was at the game that Crypto was talking about. It was a monsoon from the jump.
The game I'm talking about was
went down the
the
sideline and
game-winning
caught the
touchdown
touchdown.
Crypto to Tony Page between 3 defenders in the end zone.
Okay, yeah, that was '90. Yeah, that was 4 years before that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I got cut off, right? But
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
what,
Go ahead and finish your thought, Lewis. You were cooking.
where me and Color were having a great conversation, and I agree with him, right? Yes, you could make the concession, but that's what I'm saying. The game doesn't change. We can say that Marino's receivers were getting bullied, and I again won't debate that 100% because it's factual. You can look it up. But when you go back and watch the Kansas City game, you can also see Jalen Waddle getting mushed at the line. You can see Tyreek Hill getting mushed at the line. But when I listen to panels, people are saying that Tua didn't show up. Tua didn't play well. Tua's the only one that didn't show up. And it's factually, it's wrong. So a person like me is not supposed to call that out. Supposed to let the lies continue? No. Say the whole team in that game didn't play well, and I ain't got no issue. Because I can come out and say that I believe Tua didn't play well. See how easy it flows off my tongue? Tua Tagovailoa did not play well in the playoffs. Tua Tagovailoa did not play well against Buffalo. Tua Tagovailoa did not play well against Tennessee.
Right, they all did.
Tagovailoa did not play well against the Baltimore Ravens. It's easy for me to say that. But why is it so hard for people to say Tua Tagovailoa played great against the Giants? He played great against Carolina. He played great against Denver. He played great against Baltimore 2 years ago. He played great against Buffalo when we beat them.
You know what,
no
Lewis? I guess what people would have to ask themselves, if they're going down that lane of thought, is it boils down to let's say in the third quarter of each of those games, how did you feel about your chances of Tua doing something to help us, like give us a chance to win those games, as opposed to back in the day in the third quarter when we're in those pickles, and what you thought our chances were for us to win that game with Dan Marino at the helm? I guess everybody'd have to ask that for themselves, how you felt during those games. Like, did you, honestly, be honest with yourself one way or another, and this is to everybody, in the third quarter of, let's say, Kansas City, were you already like, we've lost this game? Or were you like, no, we're going to do something, Tua's going to do something to pull us out of this, or the team's going to do something to pull us out of this, or the team's going to do something to help Tua do something to pull us out of this? You see what I'm saying? I don't think
Lewis,
a lot. For myself, I'm not going to answer the question. Everybody has to answer that for themselves and how you felt.
Hey, Lewis, not that it matters. Boston is losing 42-75.
Oh shit! Now you're really gonna get Lewis fired up. You know, Lewis, I think that your admiration for Luka might have something to do with the fact that both your names start with the same two letters.
It could very well be possible. Yeah. It could be spot on. That could be spot on. And Shake, I gave the lottery numbers today on Twitter. I did say I predicted Mavs would force at least a game 5. It looks like I'm gonna be spot on that prediction. But hey, anything can happen. We'll see.
The other thing is, why does Mountie always come up with an L for his avatar?
Well, he came up there today with an L because he knows I'm cooking out here. God damn it, that's why.
I can't say I disagree on a lot of your points. I can only say that I still agree with a lot of KP's points too. I don't know, man. It's one of those things, man. It's like,
yeah, but one of us
really relies totally on
like
everybody's eye test. You know what I mean? It really does, man.
And that is fine. If you want to tell me it goes on everybody's eye test, and that's fine. Then the conversation right there, a statement like that the conversation is over.
Exactly. It becomes irrational.
Right? It becomes irrational, right? The conversation's over. But then don't, and what I'm saying, right? And whatever KP is saying, then don't mark it as fact. Then I can't come out and make a blanket statement that's a fact, and KP in the same respect cannot say what he's saying is fact, because I mean, we're not. I could tell you, if that's the case, if that's the way we're gonna play it, then that's fine. You won't hear me come up here and say anything else, because if KP's eyes are telling them that, how can I argue with that? But then KP in the same respect can't tell me what my eyes are telling me.
And it's no different than the fact now that I'm a whatever they call me on Twitter, you know, because without even, bro, I didn't even have to make an opinion on Tua, and they were already looping me into that shit, Lewis. Like, I didn't even make Tua, man. It was crazy.
And that's what I'm saying, Color.
And did you see? I'm sorry. Did you see Steve Malloy's post this morning?
Whose post?
Steve Malloy.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
You go pound sand.
You know what? I and I'm probably still gonna do it. I have half of mine because I was kind of out of it today. I didn't really want to play the game so much, but I had half of mine to film myself touching grass and then posting it and be like, "There, y'all happy?" The next person that tells me to touch grass, I'm gonna literally post a video of me touching grass.
What the hell does that mean? Touch grass?
I
What's
don't
that
even.
supposed to
It
mean?
means get out of your mom's basement is what it means.
Yeah, get outside, go do something or whatever. But
breathe some fresh air, right?
But
Color, your
to
thinking is fucked up.
Color, to your point though, right? How they lumped you in that conversation the other day, right? How they just lumped you in without you saying nothing.
Yeah, well, not just without me saying nothing, but what I'm specifically, I didn't even make a take about Tua. They have no idea how I feel and the things I've said about Tua, you know, based on, you know, the work, you know, I've done here at the Fins Tailgate. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even make a Tua take, bro.
Right. But see, I don't have to, if I come up on a panel nowadays, right? Not talking about 2 years ago, but if my icon shows up on a panel now, I'm labeled as a two-in-ear without even saying nothing. Why is that? Why is that? Because my opinion has changed? Now I'm a two-in-ear?
Well, this is why Pete and I had a little personal headbutting a couple months ago, because he was doing the same thing to me, bro, when I was arguing with him about I don't even remember what it was, because he was so offended by me telling people that, hey, during the season, hey, we're gonna win this game because of this and that, and yeah, because Tua has been doing this and that. He had a personal problem with me on that and was yelling to the top of his lungs that I'm a two-in-ear.
Dude, the problem with the real hardcore.
And after all I had been through at the time, this is why it got personal with me and Pete, because with all I had been through up to that point, Lewis, I was gonna be damned if somebody's gonna call me a two-in-ear, dude.
Well, they totally changed
I've
the
had
definition
two-in-ears
of
literally
what it really is.
I ain't gonna be no. So that kind of, for Pete of all people to say that about me personally offended me, and I let him know it. I know he trolls and all that, but what he did personally offended me.
Totally changed what it really means, what the word really meant, and who originated.
I mean,
where it came
I
from.
told him that I knew in a
intended
personal
use for it.
conversation. I told him I knew what he was doing and what his gig was, and I asked him as a man, from man to man, not to perpetrate it on me, and he proceeded to do that.
What color?
Everybody's not supposed to be called it.
And I agree with that, Crypto. Color, now let me ask you a question, right? If you know something to be a fact, right? And then all of a sudden, what you know to be a fact, there starts to have different outcomes, like evidence of change. Would you change your opinion on what you knew to be a fact at a certain time if there was data to back up that things were changing? Would your opinion change, Color?
Well, I first of all, I try not to say my own personal lived fact is a fact. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I know what you mean. Like when you know something, you know what I mean? when you think you have knowledge on something, even if you can't call it a fact, would that change? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, right.
And I'd argue it has in some respects.
And that's why I'm asking.
While I still remain unconvinced.
And absolutely, and it's warranted. I'm still unconvinced, right? I'm not saying that Tua's 100% the guy. My argument and my contention is that I believe you can win with Tua. That's the argument. But the only reason
and that's my point is that even though there's separation, a little bit of separation between you and me,
right?
Arguably, we both, and I know you on the other token, from the quote unquote Tuaneers, have also experienced some blowback simply because you say you remain unconvinced.
Well,
1,000%.
you know what? You know what? I like to be a litany, be a what's it call it? I'm gonna say a witness, bear witness for my man Lewis, because there's a gentleman that we both consider brother. His name is Batman, and I heard Batman. Me and Lewis considered Batman to be a brother. Cover. You know what I'm saying? Am I right, Lou?
1,000%.
And I heard him the other day told Batman the other day, get off his fucking dick already.
1,000%. 1,000%.
Right.
And Batman is a brother to me. But the only reason I was asking Color the question, because Color's up on the panel with me now. Now, me and Color, again, Crypto, Shake, Mountie, right? We've all been doing this a long time, coming up on panels, letting our voices be heard. This is where I can sit and have a conversation with Color, even if I don't agree with him, right? But this is where I feel when he's right, when he says he gets lumped in. And I would never lump Color in, right? And this is why. Because me and Color, for the first 2 years of Tua Tagovailoa's career, right, would both come up on these panels and tell everybody that our voices would touch that Tua Tagovailoa was trash. Everybody. We would tell everybody he was trash after 2 years. But I've also watched over absolutely. But I have also watched and been on panels for the last 2 years where Color has also called Dolphin games. And Color has said, that's an amazing pass by Tua. I've heard Color tell people in YouTube and on Twitter, there's throws that Tua makes that Josh Allen and other guys cannot make. I've heard Color say that.
I've literally argued with a Buffalo fan that happens to be a Tuaneer that Tua can make throws that Josh Allen can't.
Absolutely. And this is what I'm saying. That's being objective. That's being fair. Just because 2 years ago, Tua was trash. But now these last 2 years, again, without your feelings, there's data to prove. This is why I asked you, Color. It's factual evidence that he's a better quarterback now. But what we do is we still remember the game in 2021 against Tennessee when he did. What does that have to do with Tua in 2024? Because your opinion of the kid should have changed in 2024 than when you thought about him in 2021. And people like me, people like Color, right? We've done that. But this season, I guarantee you that if Color's calling a game with El Capitan on this great network, depending on what time the game, come and join all of us. We do a great job here calling the game, right? I'm sure there's going to be points of time in this season where Color is going to say Tua's the best quarterback in the league. Tua's a great guy.
Or something to the effect of, I can't believe I just saw that. I've never seen anything like that before.
Absolutely. And then the following week, it'll probably be, God damn it, what the fuck is Tua doing? That's a horrible throw. That's a horrible read.
Lewis, I'll go ahead and quote myself from halftime at the Ravens game in 2022. Tua is finished in Miami. That's what I said at halftime in that game before he proceeded to go and throw freaking 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter to win the game.
1,000%, bro. It's just opinions change. But I don't know why is it so hard for people not to acknowledge. Yes, he wasn't what we expected his first 2 years. Is he getting better? Yes. Could he win something? Yeah. Like, why is it so hard?
But you know what? And for the people I know, Rhino's in the chat. How's it going, Rhino? Rhino's kind of come around.
Hey, shout out to Rhino who's in the chat. And
well, I was gonna say big shout out to Rhino because I think there might have been a misunderstanding about me early on when I started doing this, and he's been very fair the past few months. And I want to welcome him to the Fins tailgate because he's been coming around a lot more often.
Hey, but see that icon by his name, the little S by his name. So hey, man, he's part of the.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah!
He's a member of the channel. So
yep. And thank you so much for that, bro. But he does say "oof" color like it was a blunder, right? What I said at halftime that day.
I remember that.
Well, right. Well, hold on. And he's saying "oof," which he has the right to say because it was kind of a goof on my part to say that at halftime. But if y'all remember the first half of that game, I wasn't the only one saying that, and there was a lot of people on the Tua side that were saying that day too. So at halftime, so don't act like I'm the only one that goofed it up.
Absolutely, but that's a great example, right? And let me be the first one to say, or one of the ones to say, because we all said it already. But shout out to Rhino, and I'm going to use Rhino in this example that Color just pointed out. There was a perception of maybe what Color was or the Fins tailgate was to Rhino. Right? That was a perception. Now Rhino has started coming back around the Fins tailgate, listening to guys like Color and myself. You know why? Because Rhino's opinion changed. Right? It's okay to have a change of opinion.
Right.
It's okay
in this case, it was an opinion about what we do here and all that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Right. But again, it was the perception of what we do here. Because
but I'm certainly not going to be like, yo, don't be coming around here because you this and that thought about. No, bro.
No.
With the gate. Yo.
Again.
Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's the same, but I'm using that example. It's the same thing with Tua. Like if Rhino would have been like some of these guys with Tua, Rhino would have never came back to the Fins tailgate. Rhino would have never heard what Color been saying here recently because his opinion would have never changed of what Color was saying in 2021. You see what I'm saying? Just like we're talking about Tua 2021, not talking about Tua in 2024. That opinion should change.
To answer ABAB, no, Rhino's opinion hasn't changed on Tua. Not really much. We're saying his opinion changed about us, and it was he is an adult enough to say, okay, I'm allowed to change my opinion. You know what I mean?
Right.
My opinion might change day to day sometimes in the off season when I sit here and like stew on us losing a game and all that. You know what I mean?
Hey, by the way, shout out to my man ABAB. I like he's that's my dude right there.
Yeah, he's. I have to say he's all right. He's all right. You didn't hear me say that. He's all right. I had to just punch myself in the gut to get that to come out.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, man. I'm so just sick and tired of all these conversations. It always boils down to the same.
Here's a real legend in the building. What's going on, Finsanity 5?
Hey, Finsanity. How them lottery numbers looking, Finsanity?
The other thing is, while also saying hello and good evening to Finsanity, I would say that I just lost it again. Damn it, sorry.
Listen, Michael K. We already know why you come here. You come here to take a break from Dan Mitchell.
Oh, I know what it is. And now fast forward till now, right? And what the conversation has been about lately. Look, I think the best, wisest move has nothing to do with hate on Tua. Nothing. It's just my opinion that we should make him play on the 5th-year option. I didn't say we should bench him. I didn't say we should go trade him. I didn't say none of that. I didn't say I hope he loses the bet on himself. You know what I mean?
Son of a bitch.
I didn't say none of that. So when I do say that I am of the opinion that he should play on the 5th-year option, I shouldn't have to argue with a bunch of people that are using a bunch of rhetoric tactics to make it seem like it's a wise decision and I'm just stupid. You know what I mean? I've formed my opinion on a lot of education in the matter, and I still hold that opinion. Then it devolves to, oh, you must still feel the way you did about him in 2021 if you don't want him to get the bag right now. See how that happens? It's like, no. Oh, you must still think he hasn't improved at all because you don't think he should get the bag. Or you don't believe that the market is the market or whatever the slogan is, right?
Hey.
So I've got to go back and litigate and argue again for the last 3 years, Lewis, of the things I've said and how I've evolved my position on Tua, to your point about changing opinion. I have to go through all of that just because I'm simply of the opinion we should make him do it one more time on his 5th-year option.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm not. Again, listen. I thought it was a great conversation. I'm gonna get up out of here. Salute to all you gentlemen. But I listen. I love Finsanity because Finsanity is a ride or die. Right? She dropped them lottery numbers for everybody in the chat. Shout out to you, Finsanity, for them goddamn lottery numbers. All right, a queen in this community.
Shout out Finsanity. Also shout out Adam Silver for figuring out a way to get this game extended. More revenues in there. Shout out to Adam Silver.
Hey, crypto. Before I go, let me leave you with this. God damn it, Mavs in 7. God damn it, we're making history. Crypto.
We're at 7 now. Huh?
Crypto. We are making history. God damn it.
That foot and mouth disease is real contagious. I'm telling you, Lewis, it's not a good thing.
Mavs in 7, crypto. Mavs in 7.
Okay.
Hey, listen. Hey, it was a great conversation. Color, I definitely appreciate the conversation.
Oh, thank you as always,
because
bro.
you already know what time it is, man. But everybody, y'all have a good night.
Yep.
Love y'all all, man.
For sure, man.
Now it's time to tell
What's going on,
for us all to
Dolphin,
tell Lewis why he's wrong now that he left. I'm just kidding.
Mr. Polk was ready for him.
No, look. The thing about the 5th-year option, though, if I were to continue about that, is that it's not so much that I care one way or another about why or when or how. It's that I am simply not concerned about the extra money and the extra costs that we would incur if Tua balled out, let's say, or earned his contract in the 5th year. I'm not concerned about how much extra that costs. That's simply, that argument just falls flat on me. For the same reason that when I act like I'm trying to be conservative with the team's money, somebody tells me, well, it's not your money. You should be in favor of the player getting paid. It's not your money. Okay. And I'm just simply saying you're right, which is why I'm not concerned about the extra cost if Tua earns more on his 5th year. I'm just not concerned about it. I don't know why everybody else is. We're about topped off. I don't know how much more you could add to this team that we would need that extra $5 to $15 million next year. And if he did earn that money, if he does rise to the level that makes us all say, yeah, make him reset the market. Okay, fine. If he is at that level, then why the hell do we care if we can't retain a $10 million player? One $10 million player. Why would we care? If he just proved to us that he literally is the guy and doesn't need that. See how the circular argument happens? Like, honestly, logically, and I could be wrong, the guy should play on his 5th year. It could only earn him more money.
Right. Gotcha.
If he's planning on playing another 5 in the NFL,
What's one more year? All you're doing is claiming an extra $23 million. Because if he gets the contract now, that $23 million evaporates into the new deal.
Preach, Color. Preach, Color.
He loses that.
Hey, listen. I'm telling you something. Tua, as far as I'm concerned, if I was Chris Greer right now, he's been here 4 years. Okay, he's played. He's had one complete season out of 4, and he played pretty good this year. Pretty good. But listen, stats, PFF numbers don't win games.
You too, Q.
And that's why I tell all these guys, PFF numbers don't give context. This guy averaged 7 points the last 5 games of the season. Like I mean, how do you justify paying a guy $50+ million for that? I just, especially in a free and clear contract with no safeguards in it for the team. You know, you giving him a lot of guaranteed money for what? And again, that's why I agree with Color. Let the guy play on his 5th year. Let him bet on himself. But also,
well, if they're insistent upon it, then there is a certain amount of money that he's earned. I can't disagree with them on that. You know what I mean?
Right, but it's not with a 5 in front of it. No.
Well, it depends on if you're talking guarantees or not. You know, because now they're turning around and saying Trevor got $55 million. No, he didn't. You know what I mean? We just broke that down last night. He didn't get $55 million unless you're talking about gross contract.
Yeah, you got to look. See, a lot of people don't know how to look at the whole contract and how it's structured. And the way I saw it, Trevor Lawrence basically he got money, but he's got to earn it. He got to earn the real money in the back half. See that's what I'm thinking. Tua, that's where his if he gets a deal, that's how his deal is going to be structured. He's going to have to earn the real money in the back half.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to debate that part of it anymore simply because nobody's going to budge either side, but it really is about injuries for me. Like, and I'm sure that's where the team is at too. Like, it's just one season is not enough for that kind of assurance to the people that handle the money at the Miami Dolphins LLC.
And see, the thing
I don't think their lawyers are comfortable with doing a contract without injury protections right at this moment.
Absolutely. And then it has to be performance-based as well. I mean, this is a performance-based business. I mean, the Buffalo game was exceptionally egregious. Buffalo was without 5 of their defensive starters in the divisional game. Okay? This guy, we took the ball away 3 times. He couldn't capitalize at least one.
Well,
he couldn't capitalize on at least one of those turnovers.
Look, you can point all that out till you're blue in the face, right? And I'm not trying to disparage what you're saying or disagree per se. What I'm simply saying is the Dolphins have either pigeonholed themselves, okay, and they by already making the decision that they're going to do a deal and they're putting all that out of their head, or everybody could be simply wrong, and the Dolphins could be looking at exactly what you are and saying this, and that, and the guy never had a chance to get a huge deal. We don't really know. We only know by the rumors and innuendo that come out from the people that people either trust with good reason or not, and the ones that have good reason are hearing these smatterings from the Dolphins themselves. So it's hard to say that they're just going, oh, okay, he can't do this, and that, and as such, because they already know he's not going to take that low ball of a contract. So if they decided they want to do it, then they have to feed into a certain amount of the propaganda, even if they know they're doing it.
You know what I mean, Mounty?
But I totally get it. But see, Tua being pragmatic, and listen, this is a business. His team is trying to get him the best deal possible,
Well,
and I
real
get
quick,
it.
maybe I should have called them platitudes, not propaganda.
You know, his team. Look, his team is just is there to get him the best deal possible, the most money possible. But if you look at his film, the last 5 games of the season, I mean, I'm underwhelmed. And for this, and then in the playoff game, yeah, it was frigid weather. But listen, look, he wasn't the only one that was cold. Okay, so look, he's got to be able to play in inclement weather. He's got to be able to raise his level of play when it matters most. And we haven't seen that yet. We just haven't seen it. He's 1-6 against teams that are 500 or better this last season. So I mean, I don't see how you can justify giving this guy a lot of guarantees. I just don't at all. And that's just from a business perspective.
I think it's because
Yeah,
they simply don't imagine a
we'll see what's gonna
scenario
happen in the next 2 months.
where we don't
We got
beat
2
good
months to get it
teams
done.
this year.
2.5
Our
months,
schedule is
actually.
so tough. Unless you think we're going 0-17, we're gonna beat good teams this year.
And I get it. And you know what? And let me say this, especially in the playoff games against Kansas City. First of all, they didn't start scoring touchdown until the late third quarter or fourth quarter or something like that. Our defense was doing the damn thing in frigid weather. Less Jalen Phillips, less Bradley Chubb, and I don't even think X was even playing in that game. So they would look. Kudos to them, the defense. They were holding them with field goals,
To that
and
point, Mounty, that's what I was saying. The cold weather did affect Kansas City. They were still having dropsies too. Even in that game, Kelsey dropped passes.
yeah, he did, and our defense was holding them to field goals, but we could not move. We couldn't move the ball. Now, everything is not on Tua. A lot of it is coaching and play design because Kurt Warner in his film assessment, he was pointing out some things that like he was just scratching his head on play design and what we were doing there. So I mean,
All right.
it's not all on Tua,
All right. Well,
but
Mounty, really quick on this. I just want to illustrate something really quick, if you're willing to help me out about this whole discussion about winning against good teams or bad teams, and why I think it's becoming a moot point either way. And this is why. This is our schedule for the coming up season, right? And what I want to do is I want to go through this schedule. Now, I understand what Crypto will say, because he's already said it, and I agree with his position that some of these teams, even though we think they're contenders or they think they are, some of these teams are just going to fail, and they're going to end up being considered quote bad teams or sub 500 teams, right? I get that, okay? But in relation to last year's schedule and what we did in our 11 wins, okay, what I want to do is go through this schedule, and just based on what we think about these teams now on June 14th, okay, at 10:42 p.m., what we think about these teams now, and let's see if we can find 11 Carolinas or Giants or Denver Broncos. Let's see if we can find 11 of those teams, okay? We got the Jacksonville Jaguars. We got Buffalo, Seattle.
Are we basing on their win loss record?
I mean, let's say recent track record, Crypto, overall, and what their trajectory is. You know, Seattle, okay, I'll give you Seattle, but it's at Seattle, and we have to travel all the way across country to go to that game. Then we got to come all the way back and face Tennessee, a team that has beat us the last 2 times we faced them. And even though we should have won last year, and all that. We did it. So that's a bad team that could actually beat us. But we'll go ahead and include them just for the sake of this exercise. New England, I'll give you New England. I expect to sweep them. The Colts. Really? You think Richardson and Taylor aren't trying to get better and win?
Yeah, they should hire win above replacement with him playing
right
full
now.
season.
Exactly, their WAR numbers should be high because now they're going to have a healthy Taylor, a healthy Richardson. They still got decent wide receivers,
new wide receivers,
okay,
and a new one drafted.
Right. Okay, so they expect to contend for their division. So they're going to be sharpened because of the likes of Tennessee and who else is in their division? Houston. Okay, which by the way, we have to play that entire division this year. Then we got Arizona. Now, I think they're trash. I think they're one of those teams that we should just roll like we did the Giants or the Panthers. So I'll give you them. But keep in mind that in the last couple games of the season, Kyler Murray started being Kyler Murray again. And they just drafted the best wide receiver in the draft. Arguably the best player in the draft. In Marvin Harrison. So, yeah, there's them. Then we go to the Buffalo Bills again. Traveling all the way. Well, no, we don't have to travel on that one because we're playing Arizona.
Wait a minute. Who did they? Who? Let me guess. Damn it. It was the receiver they drafted. That was yeah, I remember that he was baby Devontae Parker, Marvin Harrison.
Oh, that means they're trash.
Then we got the Rams, who should have a healthy Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp to go full boat on their season this year. They put up a 50 burger on somebody with Baker Mayfield at the helm before Baker went to Tampa. They're still not I mean, that's not a slouch team. That's in LA, traveling all the way across country from Buffalo to play there.
That's my travel schedule. I'm literally traveling from Buffalo to LA.
Right. Then we come all the way back home to face the Raiders. I might give you the Raiders as like kind of what they were last year, and we beat them. So, okay, that was one of our 11 wins. But don't think that they don't expect to get better after they just pretty much showed out with a backup quarterback and an interim head coach who they decided to hire.
Yeah,
that's not just a W right off the bat. Okay. Then we got the Patriots. We already talked about them. The Packers.
That's the quick
excuse me, but did you see their first playoff game with Jordan Love last year? Or was that the bad one? I don't remember.
No, the first one was that good one.
Against who? Tampa?
No, they beat the crap out of Dallas.
Dallas. Oh yeah, he beat Dak Prescott, didn't he?
Yeah.
Made Dak Prescott a one and done again.
Yep.
And we lost to them the last time we played them. For whatever reason.
Right. They're not gonna say that that's a cakewalk game.
Okay. The Jets.
No.
Is that only our first meeting with the Jets to that point?
Yep. First game.
Wow.
Yep. First ever meeting.
We might
Second
not
half
even
of
have
the year.
to face Aaron Rodgers, man. Holy shit. You think he's going to go all the way to week 14?
I think he will. I think he'll have it. No, I think they'll be lucky this time. They'll keep him. I think the football gods will reward him. He'll play all 16 games.
Well, December 8th, that's after the election. That's a month after the election, Crypto. So if RFK
holy shit,
him, then that should be over with.
Hey, check this out.
It
is 5:13 in the fourth quarter. The score is 115. Dallas and Boston is 70 points.
Wow. Total destruction.
Yeah, I think they're just taking this game off.
Oh,
Right? They want to win in Boston.
Yeah, they want to win home. Exactly.
So after we
that kind of a score telling you they just totally not interested.
After we face our division opponent, likely with Aaron Rodgers, we then have to go to Houston and face the red hot Houston Texans with CJ Stroud. Now, they could be already in a sophomore slump by then. That could be a cakewalk, or it could be a tough but winnable game by then. I don't know. But nobody expects them to be below 500. Okay. And y'all know it. And remember, we're talking about the way we feel about these teams right now on June 14th. Okay. Then we got to play the 49ers. Their running back is on the cover of Madden. They're the runner-up in the Super Bowl. Pretty sure that's not the Carolina Panthers. Cleveland Browns. Now, I would say we have been matching up very well with the Cleveland Browns because they've actually been playing really good football, consistent football for like 2 or 3 seasons now, no matter who's been at their quarterback. And we still have been able to beat them pretty handily. So we must match up well with them, I'm guessing. Still a tough game, though. That ain't no Carolina Panthers either. I haven't found one Carolina Panthers yet, I don't think, except maybe the Patriots. And then, of course, we finished the season in New York for the MetLife takeover. With or without Aaron Rodgers, we don't know. So my point is, this whole thing, unless you think we're going 0-17 or 2-15, we're gonna beat a good team. I mean, it's happening. And I know people will say,
I
well,
would hope
that's
so.
probabilities, color, until it actually happens. Okay. If you want to bet we're going 2-15, then go ahead and lay down that money. Have fun with that.
We could still go 11-6 and not win it, beat a good team.
I'm just saying, Crypto, there's a very low likelihood that we get 11 wins this year without beating a good team. Very low likelihood of that.
No, we had the same. What I'm saying is we had the same strength of schedule as back-to-back years.
Fine.
We had a second-place schedule.
Fine. They can call the number whatever they want. I'm talking about looking at these teams and the way we feel about them. Yes, I'm being irrational. The way we feel about them right now on June 14th. I can't imagine that we don't beat a good team this year and get over that hump. I just can't imagine it.
In other words, we have to change our mindset.
I'm sorry, Mr. Puck, your volume's really low.
In other words, we have to change our mindset.
Well, we just have to get out of this notion that this debate about whether Tua can beat teams above 500 and whatever else, we just got to realize that's moot at this point because of what we're about to face.
But here's the other thing.
Well, you got to remember the game still haven't been played yet. Neither.
That's true, Crypto. So we'll, of course, know more, I guess. Maybe the debate will rear its ugly head again. I don't know. But at this point, there shouldn't even, unless you think we're going 2-15, there should be nobody saying that Tua can't beat a good team. They can say that he has not. They can certainly say has not. But why? Just to remind us all repeatedly that he has not?
No, because they've all fallen
because that's
into the
all they're
stupid
doing
trap
at this point, Crypto. That's all they're doing at this point is reminding us that he has not.
Because they're not sure on his regular season evaluation. When the regular season evaluation should have already been complete in the first place.
Well, you and I can agree on that till we're blue in the face. But they still make the argument that because he has not means he won't.
All I know is the NFL isn't going to be the same without Devontae Parker in it. But go ahead.
I know, right? I'm specifically calling out the fallacy, Crypto, of believing that because Tua has not, that he won't. And in order to believe he won't, you would inherently have to believe that we're going like that we're having a losing season this year.
Okay. Well, with that being said,
Well,
what about the
or in that
fallacy
sense,
that
or if everything just falls apart at the beginning for all the other teams, and then
Of course, I agree with you there.
the
That,
exact same thing
but
happened.
that
where
would mean we go
half
15
the
and 2.
conference,
But
half
that
the
would mean we
conference
go
loses
15
their
and 2, and the
quarterbacks,
argument
and
wouldn't matter
you
anyway.
know,
But that would mean we're going 15 and 2, and the argument wouldn't matter anyway. Because people be so happy that
well,
they're not arguing whether they were bad teams or not.
yeah, I mean, then they will be still looking for that
Either way,
elusive
remember
regular
what I
season
said, Crypto,
outcome.
is that the argument is moot right now. That's all I said. I didn't say it's over. I said it's moot right now. Saying because he hasn't means that he won't is would have to be logically would be
No,
saying
you will.
the same thing is I
What's
think
up,
we're
Mud
going,
Bone?
I think
Yeah,
we're
you
getting
would have to
4
put a
wins this year.
probability on it. You would have to put the probability into the equation of whether or not saying
Of
something
course, I know
0%
you
versus
know
what
exact numbers. So I said the Patriots. I said maybe one with the Jets. The Browns we match up well with. So we're looking at 4 or 5
No, I'm talking about.
wins. Because if Tua can't beat the good teams, we're not beating Buffalo. We're not beating Houston. We're not beating Green Bay. We're not. You see what I'm saying? We're not beating San Francisco. That's already 5 losses
in its current
right
form.
there. That's already 5 losses right there.
But we will only not beat San Francisco. You talking about as San Francisco as
I
they are.
consider the Jaguars a good team. That means we're not beating them. And in case you didn't notice, we lost to them the last time we played them.
Yeah, we lost to them. Yeah, we lost
Right.
to them.
Right. You know, I would argue Seattle could be a could be a loss. We're already talking 6 or 7 losses here. If Tua can't beat the quote unquote good teams.
I don't think it's necessarily what he could beat a good team is when
that's
you
what
beat
they're
teams
arguing.
when it matters.
That's what they're saying, though, Crypto. They're not just talking about the playoffs or December.
It should be
December.
The last 5, weeks or so. Now I think that's what
The Chargers were still a decent team last year, regardless of how they ended up. We beat them. I know they weren't 500 or whatever, but who cares? I'm just trying to say that I've never been one to subscribe to this debate about that. While I do recognize that, in the big moments and when there's something to be earned that takes us to that next level, well, 2 is over in those games. I don't even need to talk about 1 win. He has 0 of those wins.
Right. Yeah, in that sense. Which means the reversion to the normal would mean you have to get some tallied on the board.
And to my point,
Unless
if you were
you're
to
going to
add
lose all of them.
and if you were to list the games that I'm talking about, that would actually include a bad team, the Tennessee Titans, because we could have locked almost the entire AFC number 1 seed, at least number 2. We could have locked the division with the very next win if we would have beat Tennessee. That's what we lost that night.
Yeah, we lost control of our destiny, our final destiny.
Sure, we still clinched the playoffs the next night, and that was still a very proud moment in the stadium, and it was great, and it felt great.
Yeah.
But that night, that Jumbotron should have said we clinched the division.
Yeah. But
And
see, the
it
problem
didn't, because we lost to a bad team. So who cares if we can beat the good teams or not? We can't beat the bad teams when we need to.
Right. That's why I don't think it's a matter of the actual teams. I think it's what
Again, making the whole debate about good and bad teams moot, as I claim to begin this conversation, Crypto.
Right. It should be only about when you need to beat the teams. A team
And more
at the
often
right
than
time.
not, more often than not, when it's a win you need to get, more often than not, you're playing a good team. So I get the association and the correlation, but it is just a conflation.
But shouldn't that also apply to playing teams in cold weather? Because I'm getting tired
it just
of
so
seeing that.
happens to be in there too. Yeah,
That
happens to be
Mr. Polk, because
that time of the year.
how
if we're
often
not
are we
playing
going to
at home.
play in a historically cold game like that? Even if the Chiefs did what they needed to do in the cold and they had to play in it too and all that. All right, put us in that situation 10 times and tell me that we're going to get that same result 10 out of 10 times. I would vehemently bet against the person. You know what I mean?
Well, you're just using a coin flip analysis.
Like if they would have played, if they would have all had their energy back the very next day, let's say they're Supermen, and went and played that game the very next day, we would have scored more than 7 points.
I mean, as a probability, we could have.
I mean, it just is what it is.
Or we could have scored
cold,
0.
That type of cold is like a
right? 7 points for more than 7 or under 7.
I'm not trying to make an excuse. I'm simply saying it is a reality that for some people who have never experienced that level of cold, it is like a brick wall. You can't function.
I mean, I've experienced it too. That's why I said
so have I.
Only the 52 players on both teams witnessed it once. It wasn't like they
so have
witnessed
I,
it all
Crypto.
the time.
That's why I don't excuse it, because look, I've been on a roof fixing a satellite in Skylar Thompson's hometown in 12 below at 3 a.m. So and still performed my job. So I'm not trying to excuse nobody. I'm just simply pointing out the reality that holy shit, that shit was cold. And it was hard to do my damn job.
But you did it because of your mindset.
Sure.
You were determined to get it done.
Sure.
That's what I was trying to say about the situation.
But I tell you this much, Mr. Polk. But what I will say, Mr. Polk, to that point, is that the dude who grew up in Palmyra that might have also got my job probably could have got it done quicker.
Well, if he's equipped with the right.
I did my job, you know what I mean? But somebody from that region of the world could have done my job better, certainly.
Yeah, they could have if he's equipped with the right
Like,
equipment.
I couldn't even go outside to have a cigarette without putting 4 layers of clothes on. There's dudes out there in t-shirts and shit.
That one
I don't know if Aaron's talking to me. He thinks I'm making it up. No, literally, I was on the roof of a gas station in Palmyra, Missouri, fixing a satellite dish. That is
shout out to the Texas.
Skylar Thompson was born.
Shout out to the Texas Tornado, my man, EM Dolphin fan. What's going on, EM?
Who's that?
If I had time or cared, I would actually look it up on Google Earth and show you the very gas station.
You talking about EM 2.0, Shake? I'm trying to figure out which,
EM Dolphin fan. Yeah, the Texas Tornado. You know who he is.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you on that, Aaron.
Oh, I got you. EM 2.0. Yeah, we got it.
No, the reason why I kept bringing up the cold weather is because that's a narrative I kind of get tired of hearing, and I think it's kind of I agree that the cold weather does affect you, but I think if you had the right mindset or that strong desire to win, you will find a way to get it done in the cold weather.
I don't disagree with you at all. I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah, that's what you call
my biggest issue with the people making the point about the cold is that they act like there wasn't 3 games before that decided whether we even had to play in that cold or not. And those games weren't cold.
No, 2 of them it was 70 degrees, wasn't it?
One of them was in Miami.
Yeah. One of them was in Baltimore, which was in
and what happens
mid-40s.
is,
I think it was 40s.
And what happens is,
about call.
See what they're doing when they talk about the cold, they don't really want to excuse anybody for that either. But what they're doing when they bring up the cold is called a Mott and Bailey. Okay? And instead of what happens is instead of you attacking their Mott, which is we should have never been there in the first place. You know what I mean? For the same reason we failed when we got there. Okay? When we are busy attacking the Bailey that they've set up, which is the cold, and whether that should have made a difference or not. We need to stick to the Mott, attacking the Mott, which is that we should have never been there in the first place. And that's the mistake.
Yeah, that one blaming the actual game elements.
It's a form of setting up a straw man. They're saying, knock down this argument about the cold, when you shouldn't even be arguing that. We should be arguing as to why we were in Kansas City in the first place.
Right. That we had full control over. Whether or not we was we didn't need somebody else to lose or nothing like that.
And by the way, Mr. Paul, for reference, the Mott and Bailey, the Mott is like the castle and the Bailey is like the field in front of it with the wall. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so instead of attacking the actual heart of the structure, people go after that outer nonsense that ain't gonna help you take the castle. You know what I mean? Which is easier to knock down. So you're busy trying to knock down the Bailey when their Mott still remains strong. And the Mott is that we should have never been there in the first place.
No, definitely shouldn't have been there. We had how many minutes? 60 minutes the week before. Then the week before that, we had another 60 minutes. Yeah,
Even
so 120 minutes to get the job done.
Even after our defense made a boo-boo against Tennessee and gave up a score late, we had to burn just over 2 minutes of time to win that game. We had to get 1 first down. And that's the difference between going to Kansas City or not.
Yeah, or playing back against the same team in the same building in back-to-back weeks.
Yep. So they can blame the defense in that game. They can do whatever they want to do. But the fact of it is, if we get 1 first down against Tennessee, we are very, very likely not ever in Kansas City in that cold weather.
Hey, I'm gonna wrap this up, and I want to make this a 4-hour show.
For sure.
I'm gonna wrap this up in about 5 minutes.
Sure thing, man. I think it's been a great one tonight, man.
Yeah.
I hope, unless I'm just being self-aggrandizing.
No, shit.
Yeah.
Listen, any show that we get to talk about Devontae Parker is a great show.
Did he get signed somewhere?
No, he retired, man. Unfortunately.
Oh, that's right. He retired. I forgot.
Oh man, then they're going down to what you call.
He's trying to be a winter rental.
It's gotten better now.
Nah, Crypto. He's trying to be a winter rental. He's gonna rear his ugly head.
He's signing up for Stephen Ross's new.
He's in the rental loop.
He's going to be the Stephen Ross's secretary.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's in the rental portal.
Oh, Wayne Huizenga, not Stephen Ross. It's going to be Wayne Huizenga's new secretary.
Watch what happens when OBJ. No, I ain't gonna say it, but I'm just saying Devontae's in the rental portal. Just like Xavier Howard. Well, Xavier Howard just left the portal. He ain't in the portal no more. Forgot about that.
Yep.
Who else is in the portal before we go? The rental portal.
Mm-hmm.
The guys that say they're retired, but yeah, if you give them a phone call late in the year because you have an injury, they'll come play for you if you're on a run.
And that was J.J. Watts trying to play for the.
And Weddle did that for
play for the Texans.
Yeah, Weddle did that for the Rams too on their Super Bowl run.
Hey, by the way, I see why. Listen, I know now why Belichick is taking a year off. You seen that 24-year-old he's banging? God damn.
Oh,
Jesus.
Yo, he's like, he look. I mean, it is what it is.
Damn.
The guy is like, okay, I've got time. I'm single and I've got money. Yeah, I mean, what would you do?
Yeah, I'd take a year off too. God damn it.
Whatever makes your boat float.
I mean, if she likes it, you know, some people do.
Thank God it's Friday.
Well, you be safe on the road, Q.
Oh yeah.
Not that there's probably anybody else driving on it, but you know.
And like I said, man, hey, we did a y'all check out the episode. Y'all check out the episode we did of Insomnia with Q, man. That shit was off the chain. And by the way, we discovered why we discovered that Miami is a one of those what was the Indian tribe? Tallahassee, Lachi, or something like that. What's it called? I can't pronounce it, you know, but the Indian tribe, and it means big water. Miami means big water.
Big water.
Mm-hmm.
Big water, huh?
That's what Miami means. It's a native.
From the tribe.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called.
Well, most of the cities in the United States are named after Native Americans.
Well, I wonder if, because the Miami nation itself is from the north. They're from Ohio.
And state.
And I wonder if that makes sense, Shake, you know, because that part, like, weren't they right there by the Great Lakes where you would say, yeah, big water, you know what I mean?
Well, the Great Lakes is in the northern.
That's why you have Miami of Ohio, because the Miami are like I think they're a subgroup of a sub tribe of the Huron Nation.
Yeah.
But they also is a Miami and Arizona too.
Ohio. Lake Erie is the one that stretches further across the state. But yeah. We got
I was like, what the hell's wrong with you all?
We got what you call it?
What's that, Crypto?
No, I'll just say fun fact. With all this water and rain spreading throughout the nation, did you know that the average cloud weighs about the same as 1 million elephants?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
What about when it's in a thunderstorm? What about when it's in a big mesocycle supercell and it's a big block of ice? It should weigh more, right?
Yeah, be even more heavier than that. Yeah, like probably 10 times more.
That depends on how many times
the moisture is trapped up. Yeah,
but it's getting carried back up into the upper
cloud. Right.
The more it goes up, the bigger it gets.
Yeah.
In fact, when they cut a piece of hail, when they cut it in half, they say it has layers like an onion.
Interesting.
Okay, yeah, no, my bad. It's the Tequesta Indian.
Tequesta, yeah, from around the Jupiter region.
Yeah, word for they got that's the river was named in a Tequesta word believed big water. So yeah, it's the Miami River.
And then there's like Loxahatchee. It might have to do with grass, I think, like and water. You know what I mean? Or that might be Pahokee. Pahokee would be how it's actually pronounced. Pahokee. But we say Pahokee.
That's like Kissimmee. Can be pronounced Kissimmee, I guess.
Kissimmee.
Kissimmee.
Yeah.
You think I'm joking? I'm telling you. Kissimmee.
So
this White Mountain Apache guide out in Arizona taught me a little bit about how they pronounce words. You know, like the double E is really not E. It's supposed to be eh. You're supposed to pronounce the short E twice, like eh. In most native languages. I'm not gonna say all because I'm not that educated on it.
So, all right, y'all,
Anyway.
man. Well, let's Mr. Polk, once again, I appreciate you for coming and join us. You know. And by the way, that looks like one of the dolphins that was in Broward off of that was swimming on Taft Street the other day.
Good grief, Shay. No, it's always a pleasure to come up here with my my brothers. So I missed out on Lou, but like I said, it's always good to come up here with my brothers and learn and chat. So I appreciate y'all letting me come up. I appreciate that big time. And making me the Wolfpack of 2023.
Yeah, speaking of what you call it, Michael K said he just watched Dances with Wolves.
Okay.
That's what's up.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Michael K.
Oh, yo, I just looked it up. Loxahatchee means by the way, that's the town just west of West Palm Beach. Loxahatchee means river of turtles. So I guess they had a big that's back before man built a bunch of civilization, like buildings here and all that. They probably had a huge migration of sea turtles from there to the ocean, hence the name River of Turtles. Or it could just be a bunch of Florida green turtles in the Loxahatchee River.
All right, so check this out. I'm gonna tell y'all a little joke to close it out. Okay. So there was a Native American young man. He was asking his dad, "How do you come up with names for the children?" He asked his dad. So he says, "Well, when I walk out of the tent, and the first thing I see, that's what that's what I name y'all. Like your first brother, your first son. When I got out, I saw a big eagle from the distance, and that's why I call them Eagles Fly. And your other brother, I walked out, it was a rainstorm. That's why I call him Rainsfall. Why do you ask? Two ducks fucking." Oh man, peace out, y'all.
Joe Riss says Tagovailoa means harsh winter.
That's crazy.
Oh, okay, that wins. Peace.